Yo, 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 how we doing today, my dudes? Oh, my God. Information overload? Question mark? I mean, like, I finished the stream yesterday, yeah? And I was like, Mythic Plus, pain. And then, like, an hour after I finished stream, Wowhead just started going crazy. Like, I've never seen so many Wowhead posts in my life. And they were posting, like, a post every 10 minutes. And, of course, it's because the new patch has been, announced. Ghosts of Tsushima, Ghosts of I don't even know, Ghosts of something. All I can think of when I read it was like Ghosts of Tsushima. I was like, they just copied that, but sure. Yeah, new patch announced. Cool, 11.2. Probably dropping in August, right? If all things go well, based on like the PTR cycle. PTR started last night for me, so morning for NA. So I wasn't able to do anything yesterday, obviously because it like only dropped at like 11 p.m. and I was in bed, sleeping, snoozing. Exciting stuff. Like genuinely, like pretty cool. It was just insane how fast the information. Because all I thought that was happening yesterday was that they were just going to announce like the thing, basically what the raid was and stuff, and then suddenly, like by like the evening, all the class sets had been released, like the set pieces, what will they look like, all the changes to different classes and stuff initially, like the initial like changes to like Death Knights, Hunters, that sort of jazz. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. I wasn't even meant to stream today because like my plan was like to do some video stuff, and I was like, well, I can't not. I can't not. Um, I'm gonna jump out and say it right now. The new tier set looks cheeks. No, no. Okay, that's what I thought, right? Like I genuinely thought this tier set looked cheeks until I put it on in game on the PTR, yeah. And I actually don't mind it. I like it's not that bad. Like look at this. It's like it's actually okay. Like I thought like the model that they used when the data mining and stuff looked pretty like rough, but it's not like awful. It's not as bad as I thought once you're actually in game and your character. Like I kind of like the shoulders. I kind of like this whole like light vibe. It's not obviously not as good as the last tier's set piece, right? We're not talking like we're not saying this is S plus tier, double SS, like triple SS, like best tier ever, but it's not bad. Like when you've actually got it on your character, it looks quite nice. I mean, that's what I think anyway. Maybe it's because I'm a Void Elf, so it kind of like fits, like the character model. Put this on a Tauren, and then like we're like, oh yeah, that's pretty cheeks actually. Like I'll probably rock this for the entire time on the PTR. I'm not too sure about like the Gimp mask, but I mean, I've got fangs. Look at that. Hold on, we can do better than this. Hold on, I can actually do this in HD for us. Like it's not, oh, like it's not horrendous, right? Like I think maybe the fangs are a little bit weird, but like it's not too bad. Like I've seen worse. All right, I've seen worse. Like think about season 1, yeah. Think about season 1 tier set piece. That was cheeks. This isn't like a trope. Okay, the cape's a little bit like naff, like who has a cape with like a gap in between, but it's not like awful. I don't mind it. I honestly don't mind it. On my panda, it's gonna be bad. The color choices suck. I mean, well, that's your fault for playing a panda. I don't know what to tell you. You picked the wrong race. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Is the tier set any good? That's what we're gonna find out, Etsu. That is kind of the point of the stream. I mean, I've like I haven't really done any testing. I did about like 5-10 minutes of like a little bit of shadow pan testing on some target dummies before I went live just to get an idea, and whilst I was setting up stuff. Starters, right? Look how clean my PTR UI is. Now, this might not mean much to like people that haven't been on the PTR, but to set up a PTR profile is the absolute bane of your existence. But somehow I was able to get bartender in this. I was able to get everything in this. Like it actually literally looks like my genuine normal setup. Like I was so impressed. I was so happy with this. Because usually like setting up the PTR thing takes like it could take me an hour easily. This took me 10 minutes because I just I changed the way that I copied files over. So we got all this set up perfectly. So it literally looks like my normal game. Obviously, only downside to the PTR is because I am in an EU melon. I play on 150 ping-ish at the moment, so that's like it sounds like it's not too bad, but it can make the difference with certain things that I'm gonna like, so I'm gonna be testing on dummies and stuff, and having that slight input delay will actually be the difference between doing more damage and doing less damage, but I'll get to that in a sec. We're gonna look at Shadowpan first, because it's the one that I've had a little bit of a test on. And then we'll have a look at Conduit, which I haven't touched at all. The shoulders and arms remind me of artifact weapons. Yeah, I honestly don't think it's too bad. On the plus side, look, we don't even have we don't even have our feet out for a change. Look at that. Look, we got shoes on. Wow, amazing, cool. Tier set bonus seems sick. The tier set bonuses do seem sick. You are 1,000,000% correct. Like, at first I was a little bit like skeptical. So I come from the opinion where I know what a lot of like Windwalkers actually think. I speak to a lot of Windwalkers, right? And the consensus appears to be that like the Shadowpan one, people are really excited for that. But there's a little bit of like skepticism around the Conduit one, and it kind of revolves around the fact that you kind of have to go slicing winds now. And I know a lot of players don't like slicing winds. Someone like me, I like slicing winds, so kind of cool. If you don't like slicing winds, it kind of sucks, right? Because you're pretty much forced to play slicing winds if you want to ever play Conduit. So that is kind of like the downside. I guess to an extent, you might not be able to go lightning anymore with Conduit. Obviously, it's really early days. It's all like speculation and stuff, so nothing's set in stone, right? Just because I'm saying like, oh, potentially might not go lightning, it doesn't mean you won't. We need to see what the Sims say, and the Sims ain't even been cooked yet. I'll tell you that for free. How can someone not like slicing winds? Numbers go burr. I think it's mostly to do with the the positioning displacement that people find a little bit annoying and stuff. I mean, I can see there's an argument for it, right? Let's say next tier Conduit is best in slot for raid, right? And you have to go slicing winds, and then you have to play slicing winds on a boss like Lock and Stock, for instance, right? Where having even slight moving slightly like that can be really awkward, especially if you don't want to hit the other team or something like that. There's a lot of mechanics going on, but you have to press this button now because it is basically going to proc your heart window. Like you can't hold it. You need to be sending this like to keep uptime, right? So I get that. I get that kind of argument. Where in certain bosses it can be like awkward. Like you really don't run it on Lock and Stock. I tried it once the other week. I didn't find it too bad because I know the fight pretty well at this point. But if I was like progging Lock and Stock with slicing winds, I'd be like shitting myself that I'm gonna one-shot my team by doing the wrong dash or dashing into a rocket or something like that. So I do get the worry on that side of things. Also, people just don't like it. They don't like the plunge storm ability. They prefer like lightning. Or some people don't even like lightning or slicing winds. They just like bare bones, punchy Windwalker. I just love flying serpent kick mobility, and I don't like the empower mechanic, and I don't want more DPS buttons, really. Thought I'd voice my opinion since I'm one of the non... Yeah, no, exactly. So it's along like Taganor, for instance. And I know a lot of Windwalkers don't like it. I remember when I made that video on slicing winds, because they buffed it, and reading the comments, like, it was so mixed. Some people were, like, really happy. Some people absolutely hate slicing winds. So it's, like, there's definitely, like, a mixed bag of things. Personally, I didn't like it initially, but then, because obviously I was forced to play it, it grew on me. It grew on me. I think it's going to be interesting how it works in our tier set, though. Like, it is just a crazy thing. But we will get to Conduit, but I'll do Conduit second, because honestly, I think it's a lot more complex. I think it's a lot more complex. But saying that, I think Shadowpan's also going to be a bit more complex than it was. There's going to be like a mini game with flurry strikes, I guess, is the best way of putting it. You like mini games? Well, you're gonna have a mini game now. It's still gonna be relatively like basic, I think, but there's gonna be a lot more. How do I put it? There's gonna be a lot more emphasis, and like you're basically gonna have to play your Storm, Earth, and Fire windows so well to get maximum damage, and it all comes down to this little fist symbol over here. But we will talk about this little fist symbol over here. I do like the lightning. How do people not like lightning? It's so cool. It's so much damn for just doing basic rotation. Grew on me a bit after Muggsy. Still not a fan, but I can tolerate it. Lightning's cool, but if you like that, you should play Shaman. See what I mean, though? There's like so many different opinions on if people like lightning or if people like slicing winds. Like, just read 3 comments with completely different opinions on, you know, both of them. In my opinion, I just play Windwalker, right? So I will obviously play what is the best abilities and stuff. That doesn't mean I don't test things. Like, I was very pro Shadowpan for a lot of this tier when obviously Conduit was better, but I wanted to still highlight that Shadowpan was viable in certain situations, even though not a lot of like higher end Windwalkers were playing Shadowpan, obviously, because higher end Windwalkers want to play the hero talent that does the most damage, right? Obviously, me, I'm a little bit of a, you know, I'm a bit of a rebel without a cause, you know. So I wanted to try and put Shadowpan into the spotlight a bit more. So I do like doing stuff like that, but on things like prog and stuff, I'll always play the best build for any situation, you know. As most players will, right? Like you're gonna go on Wowhead, not Wowhead, Wow. Shit, what is it called? What is it called? Wow. Oh my god, what? My mind has gone blank. Warcraft logs. Yes, Warcraft logs, and you're gonna look at the top build and you're gonna copy that, right? To be honest, I don't. Yeah, literally logs, right? I literally couldn't think of it. To be honest, I don't mind the build, but I care more about using dual wield than two-hander for the drip. Well, that's fair. I guess like I'm kind of the same, right? I kind of hate the transmog of a two-hander, so that's why I always transmog myself into the. Oh, my PTR has killed itself because I opened up my transmog window. GG. Oh, we've got the green debuff. This is my favorite debuff. This is a new one that's come with 11.2, where you do something and now everything goes green. That's kind of cool, right? You like green? As I was saying, I think the only weapons you can transmog two-handers into one-handers are the Legion legendaries, which is what I do, right? So I hate how two-handers look. Two-handers are for brewmasters, right? Come on, let's get it real. Let's try remove the green. Don't worry, it's not my GPU. A lot of players have had this issue. It is I don't know. I think it might be related to details or something. Basically, some add-on is cooked at the moment, and it turns everything green. Yeah, you get green debuff. See, now it's all fixed. Now we're all saved. Yay, no longer green. Talking about Shadowpan vs Conduit for Mythic Prog and Galley, would you go Shadowpan or Conduit? I'd go Conduit, mate. Like, Shadowpan's good, but I think Shadowpan, you have to, like... One, if you're playing Shadowpan, you're probably going for, like, passes at that point, and even then, you have to play, like, so dirtily, like, to truly min-max to get a good pass in it. Whereas Conduit's just going to be better for prog, right? Because if you're progging Gallywix, you want to down the boss, you want to do more boss damage, and that's where Conduit's going to come in, especially for P2, right? Like, Shadowpan is much better in P1, I think. But in P2, I think Conduit excels a bit more. And it's not like Conduit's bad in P1 either. So I definitely prog with Conduit. Basically, I played Shadowpan that one time in that video I made. But I've gone back to Conduit now, because it's just, you know, it is the better one in the raid. But that was more like when I was playing Shadowpan to highlight that you can still play Shadowpan in the raid. It's not like you're trolling if you do, but... it kind of goes back to the point I was going where I wanted to show that Shadowpan is actually viable. It might not be the best, but you can play it if you want to. See, it matches the artifact weapons, the tier set. It does. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Oh, no, that's not what we want. We want to go back on my mount and hopefully not go green again. Yeah, it does. Oh my god, I've cooked. This is it. This is my new mog forever. Like, the legendary weapons go with the tier set. Oh, GG, this has gone up to S tier. It's just that easy. You're probably getting this question loads, but what's your take on the new tier sets? I am getting that question loads. I don't have like a full take yet. I haven't properly tested it out. I mean, let's go through some takes, shall we? Also, thank you for following Lou Ale, XD Magus, and Starmune. I fucked up all of those names, but just know I appreciate you. We'll go through Shadowpan first. Let me get up my thing. Alright, can we all see this? Can we all see this? Yes, we can all see this. Cool. Right, not Conduit first. We'll go through Shadowpan. So, Shadowpan is in a weird state at the moment where... We're talking Season 2, right? So Season 2 Shadowpan is in a weird state where your hero talent doesn't actually do much, right? When, like, you think about it. When you think about Season 1, Flurry Strikes actually did something. Like, Flurry Strikes was a good amount of your damage. Obviously, we didn't have as much haste and stuff, so it, like, took a little bit longer to get off, and also it went through different iterations. But the entire main concept of Shadowpan is that you are meant to be getting tons of damage through Flurry Strikes and keeping good uptime on Wisdom of the Wall, so the constant passive buffs. As well as that, you're getting Shadow Flurry Strikes, so you're doing a ton of damage. In Season 2, your damage didn't come from Flurry Strikes, alright? You were lucky if Flurry Strikes was doing 4% of your overall damage. Like, Flurry Strikes was almost an afterthought. Obviously, you still weaved in Tiger Palms, because you wanted Wisdom of the Wall buff going in. But Flurry Strikes was not the main damage source of the set, which kind of made no sense, right? Because that's the entire point. It basically didn't scale very well. So it looks like Blizzard has said, okay, we see you, Shadowpan Enjoyers. You want to do some Flurry Strike damage? Straight off the bat, it deals 30% more damage. That is awesome, all right? 30% more damage straight off the bat, great. That is exactly what we like to see. Now, the interesting part comes with activating Storm, Earth, and Fire instantly, which grants 10 stacks of Flurry Strikes that trigger on your next attack at 100% effectiveness. Now, this took me a while to grasp what this actually means. So, I guess the best way to do this is to show... So, if I want... Actually, I don't want to do it like this. If I send out Flurry Strikes like that... Right, let me go back up to nothing. I need to move out, because I'm in Borealis. I decided to set up in Borealis today, because I want to target dummies when no one really was. Downside is it's nighttime, because this is an NA server, lol, haha. Oh well, hopefully we can kind of see what's going on. If you can't see what's going on, I will move somewhere else, but this was the best one, because I was also thinking about, like, ping and stuff. My ping is already atrocious if I try to do this in Dornagul or Valdraken. Luckily, there's only, like, 5-10 people here. The only downside to this is that you're in combat for bloody ever until you move out the way. Good luck, right. So, Flurry Strikes. Flurry Strikes activate at, what, 240, right? So when you get to 240 any energy expended, and you have 10 stacks of your Flurry charges. So this little weak aura over here is the best thing to represent that. So currently I'm at 1 charge, right, and 31 energy expended. So once you're at 240 and you're at 10, you shoot out your Flurry Strikes. GG, Wisdom of the Water procs, you're a happy bunny. So let's go back to this then. Activating Storm, Earth, and Fire instantly grants you 10 stacks of Flurry Strikes that trigger in your next attack. This is separate to this, right? So the moment you press Storm, Earth, and Fire, the next button that you press, any button, Tiger Palm, Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, probably Touch of Death as well, to be honest, will instantly send out Flurry Strikes, right? So it works off a completely different cycle to your original one, which means you can stack these. You can stack these at the same time. So if you got this up to, I don't know, let's say you got this up to 200, yeah? And then you press Storm, Earth, and Fire, and then you Tiger Palmed, you would send out 20 Flurry Strikes all at once, which is really good. We like that. That is instantly 2 Wisdom of the Wall buffs sent out and 20 Flurry Strikes. That is a ton of burst damage. And bear in mind, Flurry Strikes uncapped, yeah? It might just be the Shadow ones that are uncapped, actually. I'm not 100% sure on that, actually, but some part of Flurry Strikes is uncapped damage. Like, you will hit fucking everything, right? Amazing damage. Really, really good. Our only part in our kit that is uncapped damage, right? So we want Flurry Strikes to be doing good, because what do we kind of not excel too much on in, like, big AoE situations? Well, our scaling's not great for AoE. However, if Flurry Strikes is properly uncapped and is now you're able to send out 20 at once in like a single burst with all your cooldowns, that is insane instant like boom damage. You're gonna pull aggro and get one shot, but don't worry about that too much just yet. OMG, it's my favorite streamer. Thanks, Geekon. So that's just one part of it, right? So the one part is now that you can basically send out 10 Flurry Strikes on demand whenever you activate Storm, Earth, and Fire. That is just one part of it, and Flurry Strikes naturally just does 30% more damage. That's the 2 set, so that's just that as it is. However, where this gets a little bit crazy is that when you're in Storm, Earth, and Fire, Flurry Strikes triggers every 120 energy. Not 240, 120. So every 2 Tiger Palms that you send out during Storm, Earth, and Fire, as long as you're not running in a piece, that's going to proc it. Which means we're in this interesting position where you can get 4 Wisdom of the Wall buffs quite easily at the same time. Which is a lot of damage increase. Like, that's Mastery, that's Crit, that's Shadow. You're basically going so ham in these Storm, Earth, and Fire windows, but it's going to put a lot more emphasis on guaranteeing that you are getting, you know, multiple Tiger Palms and keeping uptime on it. So, and I guess this part, Flurry Charge Generations increased by 100%. You don't have to worry too much about this. This is just, you know, when I said like the number 1 over here has to get to 10, that's just to guarantee that you always get to 10, so that you don't get to 120 and then you can't send it out. This basically just allows it so that you're always basically going to be able to send it out at 120. It just basically stops it from, you know, you cucking yourself, I suppose, to a degree. So, where does this fist come into everything? Well, this fist is our new thing that I think is going to be 1,000,000% tracked. And it was important. It's been important for a while. But it's called Against All Odds, right? And it's where, when you send out Flurry Strikes, it increases your agility by 1% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. Now, for Season 1 and Season 2, you could never get this to 20 because you would only send out 10 Flurry Strikes at once, right? And by 5 seconds, you ain't popping like enough, you ain't getting enough Tiger Palms out to send it out again. So it maxed out at 10 usually. It now can max out instantly at 20, so you're getting an increase of 20% agility for 5 seconds if you can send out 2 Flurry Strikes at once, like in quick succession. So, but what's even better than this is that if then you send out another Flurry Strikes during that 5 seconds, the counter resets in the sense that it will stay at 20, but it will stay for an extra 5 seconds. So you're basically trying to keep this uptime of 20% additional agility during your Storm, Earth, and Fire windows, which is insane. 20% additional agility, right? Like, that's a lot of agility, no? Like, if we're sat on about 100,000 agility, you get 120,000 agility as a result of this, more or less, something along that ballpark. That is a ton of main stat that you're able to keep uptime of during your Storm, Earth, and Fire windows. So that's why it's going to be so important to try and send out the double initially, send out like the double Flurry Strikes initially, so that you get instantly to 20 stacks. And then whilst you're in Storm, Earth, and Fire, your goal is to be doing damage, but at the same time guarantee that you keep this at 20 stacks for the entirety of it. And that's how you're going to probably be playing Storm, Earth, and Fire from like initial, like looking at like what people have tested already, testing it a little bit myself. So that's the mini game. When I said there was a mini game, that's kind of the mini game aspect of this entire thing, where when you're inside of Storm, Earth, and Fire, you want to keep this at 20, so that everything's doing 20% more main stat damage, right? So that's huge. Absolutely insane. Outside of Storm, Earth, and Fire, it'll just be kind of standard. Standard, like, just normal Shadowpan gameplay, to be honest. But inside Storm, Earth, and Fire, really important. So, like, there's a lot of questions, like, around the fact of, like, okay, am I going to extend Storm, Earth, and Fire to try and get this longer? Am I going to have Spiritual Focus instead so I can get multiple sets, like, even more sets of this Storm, Earth, and Fire window? How much haste do I need? What talents do I take? Honestly, I don't know. like, this is also brand new. And we'll switch to this one so we can actually see what's going on. So yeah, there's a lot of like open-endedness, and that's why I like the PTR, right? It's all theory crafting, it's all ideas, it's all testing out different talents and stuff. So if anyone has any suggestions throughout the stream or whatever, for any talents you want to see tested and stuff, I will do it, like, because that's the whole point, right? I'm not just going to play like one little build and hit some dummies. I want to like test out loads of different things. The one thing I'm skeptical about is Inner Peace, though. I think that Inner Peace can't be run. It's an interesting one, because Inner Peace sounds really good, because you get more energy to play with, 30 energy, which allows you, like, more Tiger Palm, like a greater degree to be able to press Tiger Palm in. But the fact that Tiger Palm's energy cost is reduced by 5 means you'd have to get 3 Tiger Palms out to trigger the 120, right? And that's just not like 3 Tiger Palms in the space of 5 seconds. Because you also want to get other big damage abilities out as well, right? It's just not going to happen. So I don't think that's a viable energy option. So initially I've gone for things like Ascension to get more energy regeneration, because as you'll see, it's actually quite hard to manage to get Tiger Palms out in this window. Invoker's Delight, obviously. Energy Burst, but that's not really necessary for like what is going on here. So it's just trying to like find a way to get as much energy regeneration as possible to keep this buff uptime during Storm, Earth, and Fire. So that's like the idea. And since you rotate Flurry so fast, you'll always have Shadow Flurries proccing. Yeah, exactly. So if you get super lucky, right, and you get Shadow as your like initial proc during Storm, Earth, and Fire, you are going to be sending out Shadow Flurry procs every single time. You might get a little bit unlucky and get Shadow Flurry as your last one, which would suck a little bit, I guess, to a degree. It'll still do damage, but if you get Shadows like your first one, and then in your Storm, Earth, and Fire window, you've sent out an extra like 4 Flurry Strikes, oh my god, your damage is going to go nuts. I was trying the tier set in the PTR, and I think Flurry is buggy since it keeps proccing on other abilities other than Flurry after the first ability. But if it releases like this, we finally have uncapped. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't really done too much dummy testing, but I'm going to do some now. So, yeah, the goal is basically to keep this at 20 stacks during Storm, Earth, and Fire. And outside of that, we want to just keep good rotation. So, like, pretty much Tiger Palming as often as possible. There's going to be a bit of setup to outside of your like opener, I think. Because if you don't set up correctly with energy and you start off like your second Storm Earth and Fire, I think with low energy, you're not going to be able to keep enough Tiger Palm uptime. So it's trying to find that balance at the moment. So that's what I was struggling a little bit with, was how much energy do you actually have to be able to keep this uptime during Storm Earth and Fire. Yeah, so I'm starting on 30. I'm starting on 30 energy expended, which is a little bit like meh. It's not the end of the world. It's pretty much 0, right? 30, 0. Yeah, it's fine. So I think the opener's going to go... See, I'm trying to like work out what you actually like talents, what would be good. I tried out Gale Force and stuff, and I've tried out Lightning as well. I'm going to start with like the initial basic talent page for this, so like Last Empress Capacitor, that sort of thing, what you would run at the start of Season 2, basically. Good build. We'll start with Drinking Horn Cover, but I'm actually a little bit skeptical about Drinking Horn Cover. I think that... I just don't think you actually have enough energy regen to keep uptime for the entirety of the Storm, Earth, and Fire with this. I don't actually think this is very good. Or maybe I'm just bad at the game. But either way. Important question, does the Shadow pot, Meld pot count as a HP pot or damage pot? I'm pretty sure it's a damage pot, Vildy. I'm pretty sure it shares with the combat pot. So it sounded good on paper, but it's probably not actually going to be used at all, right? Unless people all go Dwarf and then take it. But taking out the damage pot is pretty rough, right? Alright. So we're not going to focus too much on like how much damage I'm actually doing, but more the damage breakdown. Like what's at top, what's at middle, what's actually contributing all the damage. So we're going to open with a single Tiger Palm, and that gets us to 91. And then I think Zuin, Storm, Earth, and Fire, Tiger Palm to proc 2 at once, Fist of Fury, Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, Tiger Palm, and see if we can get it all at once, basically. I think is the idea. So, ba-ba. So, Fist of Fury. So now, why are we on 12 stacks? Wait, what? Why did we go to 12 stacks? Well, that's not the greatest opener I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, right. I get it. I get it. I fucked it, guys. Oh, delete that. Delete the VOD. I cucked it. Alright, we're going to pretend that didn't happen, and we're going to play from, like, now. So we send out that into a Rising Sun Kick, into that. So now we're on 20 stacks, right? And now we want to, like, weave in Tiger Palm abilities. It's a lot harder, because you can see energy, right? Like, the biggest issue is energy. We're trying to keep the uptime of it. So you've only got 5 seconds to play with. And that's enough time to get 2 Tiger Palms out. But if you don't have enough energy regen for it, you drop off. And if it drops off, I think that's where the damage loss is going to be. Like, honestly. So it's just trying to get that balance of... But, like, straight away, you can see just off this initial one, Flurry Strikes is hitting so fucking hard. Like, I know it was only... What was that? I know it was scuffed, and it was only... Actually, we need method raid tools. Actually, we don't. This was, like, what? Well, it says 1 minute, but that was, like, only 30 seconds. You can see how much damage comes from Flurry Strikes. Like, it is topping at the moment. Sat at 21% of the damage overall. Like, this thing absolutely nukes. Before, it would be sat at, like, 4%. We're going to try that again. Kind of screwed it a little bit. It's a bit hard to, like, set up on dummies. Because of energy and stuff like that. So let me try expend again. In fact, it might be better to relog. Because then I'll start off at 0. Or, even better, we'll just respec. So a little bit tedious, but I kind of need to respec every time. Otherwise, I don't start off with the correct things. Which obviously in a dungeon you wouldn't, but in the opener you would. And then you play around it like that. Try fisting as soon as you Flurry Strike. Yeah, I can try that. What's the tier set bonuses, by the way? Let me see if I can do something, actually. Hold up. This will help a lot, right? Let me... Hold up. It's gonna... Oh my god, my brain is so big right now. Hold on. I'm gonna try put it on my screen. Tier set, Shadow Pan. So that'd be a good way to show what the actual things are. Let me just work out how to do this. My brain is a little bit slow, but I think this is actually a good idea. Tier set Shadow Pan, we put that on in there, and then we add an image? Question mark? Yes. 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 Okay, we're cooking. Yes. Cooking with fire. Pictures. Pictures. We open up the pictures. Boom. Oh my god, I'm so ghosted. And then we go to wow. And then I can put that like not that big maybe. That is gonna go over the rotation though. Ah, fuck it. I'll put it in the top right corner because we don't care about stuff like that. Is that readable? Can we read that? Is that like is that legible? Can we yeah. I can't really see on my OBS because my OBS is small, but I'm gonna say yeah, that's good. So that's what we're doing with Shadow. We're doing Shadow Pan at the moment. Holy shit! I cooked so hard there. So obviously the opener, how I think the opener is going to work is that you're going to want to try and get to, obviously 120. You're not playing for 240, so it's going to be 2 Tiger Palms to trigger basically. So what I was doing like initially, that actually worked. Didn't work this time, lol. But I was going Tiger Palm into Zuin, Storm Earth and Fire. It didn't work again. Oh, it did work again. So now we're at 20, right? So it's now like maintaining this 20. But like, the biggest issue is like trying to get fit abilities in. So we've managed to maintain 20 for the entirety of our Storm, Earth, and Fire there, which was pretty good. We started off with 10. It was a little bit scuffed. I mean, you got to understand, I'm still trying to learn this as well. Like, I'm not going to play it perfectly. I wish I would. But we managed to get 20 for good uptime there. But it's I think it's trying to find the balance, basically, of getting 20, keeping 20 uptime, but also getting big damaging abilities out. Because if you're just keeping Flurry Strikes up, you're not getting things like Fist of Fury out. So we have Lightning now, so I'm actually going to do something funky here. So I'm at 20, I send out a Lightning, and then can I keep it up? We keep it at 20 again. I won't get another Tiger Palm off, I know that for a fact, so I send out Fist of Fury. So we lost about 5 seconds of the 20 there. But I think if like you're aware that you're not going to be able to keep it at 20, you need to expend your big abilities whilst it's at 20. Oh, I keep double Tiger Palming because of the input. Rest in peace, my mastery. Oh, man. That was a bit of a better demonstration, that one. So you can see, like, once again, like, so abilities actually have a bit of a better breakdown here now. And Flurry Strikes is, like, still sat at the top. And all of it comes from Shadow, right? All of it comes from the Shadow one. Like, the Shadow one goes absolutely insane. It goes absolutely insane crazy. Like, Fist of Fury is pretty low, but I think, like, the biggest issue is at the moment is trying to, like, find that balance, as I said. Also, Crackling Jade Lightning's kind of not doing very well. So the reason I picked Crackling Jade Lightning initially for this test was that I wanted to take advantage of the 20% agility buff with Lightning. Because basically, if I can send Lightning out with a 20% agility buff, well, what's my Lightning going to do? It's going to do 20% more damage. Not really, but you get the idea, right? That's the general idea. Oh my god, my game froze again. Please don't go green. Oh. Wait, no, that's worse. No, wait, no, that's worse. Let me in. Wait, no, please don't be down. We're testing things, Blizzard. It's bedtime in NA. You can't do this to me. Oh, no. No, why, God, no. We're having fun. We were hitting Flurry Strikes. We were doing damage. Alright, that sucks. Let me see if I can get Battle.net up again. I'm not really BRB. I'm just hiding my Battle.net. Promise. There's no way they took the PTR down at, like, what time is it in America right now? Like, bloody midnight, 0 p.m. Oh, man. That's well annoying if they have. We'll see if it connects. It says retrieving realm list, which is always a good sign, but there's a good chance it will retrieve realm list, and they'll say not available or something like that, which is a little bit frustrating, to be honest, because we're testing out Shadow Pam. We hadn't even got to Conduit yet. But yeah, I mean, I can talk about, like, some, like, thoughts on it. I mean, I kind of did that at the start, right? But, like, my initial thoughts on the Shadow Pam one are that I think it's good. Like, I didn't know what I was expecting from Shadow Pam. I think the consensus was that it was either going to be it was either going to be something Flurry Strikes related or something Wisdom of the War related. I think it's a good idea that they went with Flurry Strikes because it kind of is the entire point of Shadowpan, right? That you're trying to get these big Flurry Strikes out. I also think this is going to be really good for M+. If the damage is scaled well and you're able to pull it off, you're going to get so much value from getting like these big Flurry Strikes windows. Think about Conduit, yeah? When you're in Conduit and you get these big, like, burst windows every 1 minute 30, right? And you're, like, really loving life. But unfortunately, it doesn't do great damage in massive AoE situations. Well, this is the equivalent, right? Where every Storm and Fire, you're going to get these massive damage spikes. Except it is going to do really well in massive AoE situations. Because Flurry Strikes is going to hit absolutely bloody everything. So there's potential that this could be really good for M+. I don't know how well it will do in single target. Probably needs a bit more testing. I wouldn't be surprised if we run into the situation where Conduit is still going to be like best in slot for single target, like raid encounters, but Shadowpan might become better for like big AoE. No, they are up. They're not down. Yeah, one fire rack. Oh, that's good. Ish, if it lets me retrieve my character. But I think it's not gonna take away like the simplicity of Shadowpan, but it is gonna like require a lot more. There's gonna be a lot more min-maxing, I think. 'Cause previously in season 2, the only thing you really had to care about was your Shadow Flurry Strike, right? Whenever you had Shadow out, that was like something that you'd focus on and make sure you try to get more Flurry Strikes out. You're gonna have to like do a lot more prep. I think there's gonna be a bit more prep involved, especially when like coming up to Storm, Earth, and Fire and stuff like that. You're gonna have to make sure that you're on the right amount of energy spent for your Flurry Strikes. You're on the right amount of charges ready to go. Your energy is a good place, so you can keep up the 20 stack buff. So I think it's gonna make Shadowpan a bit harder for the min-max sort of thing, but I think like what you'll actually get out of it is gonna be so much better. Like damage-wise, it's gonna feel really good. Because Shadowpan's like big consistent damage, right? And I think it will still do nice consistent damage, but I think it's like actual burst windows. I'm going to call them burst windows because they pretty much are burst windows, right? Flurry burst windows. They're going to be insane. They're going to be so good. I think, yeah, I don't know if it's loading. I'm going to let it keep loading whilst I yap for a little bit. It's 5 a.m. right now in Cali. Yes, well, send someone down to Blizzard right now and get them to turn my server back on because I'm doing some PTR testing. Were they not aware? I should have emailed them. I should have said, guys, I'm doing PTR testing at 1 p.m. my time. Do you mind not like bricking the servers? They'd ignore me, but at least I would have tried. He's not the savior. He's a very naughty boy. Oh, I love Monty Python. You really think so now that we have an insane heart uptime seems even better suited for M+ than before? See, I haven't really tested it, so I haven't properly like tested Conduit, but you got to remember with Conduit that Conduit's like the cooldown reduction and stuff. I think what I heard a lot of people being really skeptical about and worried about is that you're gonna have so much cooldown reduction, but you're not gonna have enough resources to send anything during this because you're playing with like the ability to send so many abilities at once. Your resources might not be able to catch up. Now I don't know how this feels in game because I haven't tested it, and maybe that's not the case. But as well as that, I think it's going to be really good on like bosses and stuff like that, where the fights are a lot shorter and there are nowhere near as much trash packs. Because even though like Conduit's good, right? In M+ at the moment, where's its big weakness? Its big weakness comes in the fact that you're not going to do anywhere near as much damage as other specs in big pulls. And there are lots of big pulls. Well, what does Flurry Strikes do? It does a lot of damage in really big pulls. So, I mean, they could easily be comparable with each other and Conduit could be better, but just from like reading how it works and the emphasis on Flurry Strikes being your big damage now, I mean, think about it this way. I'm hitting 4 target dummies. Only 4 target dummies, which is very low amount, and Flurry Strikes is already doing 15% of my damage. Imagine I hit 8 target dummies, and it's proccing shadows on all of them. Like, the damage is going to skyrocket. And in M+, you're hitting a lot of targets at once. Think about running into Cinderbrew with this. You do the first pull of Cinderbrew, how much do you... Huh? When those ads are going to die. As well as that, Flurry Strikes is pretty good prio target damage as well. So I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure standard flurry strikes hit like the target you're targeting, right? And the shadow ones are the ones that like hit multiple targets. So because you're proccing so many flurry strikes, you're going to be really hitting that target hard, the one that you want to go down. So let's say your big target, but then your shadow ones are going to be nuking down everything else as well. And I don't think Conduit's going to not be able to do that, but I think there's a chance that Shadowpan might just be better. But it's going to be a lot easier to tell when dungeons actually come out, and we have a bit more of an understanding. This kind of looks fucked, by the way. I'm not. It's kind of. Oh, that's so sad. I'm gonna keep doing. I mean, I'm not. I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna do PTR testing. I'll try load up one more time. Oh my god, I just almost alt F4'd my OBS. That would have been pretty sad. That would have sucked. I'll try load up one more time. If not, I'll go on the main servers and I'll do an M+. Gross, disgusting, I know. Cringe. But I'll keep loading this up, and if anyone's on the PTR and it's not up and it comes up, just let me know, and I'll alt F4 my +18 key, and I'll just come back on the PTR. Because this is really what I want to do today. This was like the entire plan. Oh, I just want to go through it all, because it's exciting. Like, I love new content. One thing I haven't touched on is Vivify. They've changed how Vivacious Vivification works, and honestly, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I don't know, I haven't tested it out in actual combat yet, but they've changed it where Vivacious Vivification allows you to instantly oh, I'm back in, cool. GG. I can show you, actually, I can show you what Vivacious Vivification does. I don't like it at all, and it's probably because I've used Vivify so often. I'm so, like, I'm like old man shouting at cloud, you know? I'm so stuck in my ways. But the fact that you now have to use Rising Sun Kick to proc it, and that's good to an extent, right? When you're in actual combat, I guess you Rising Sun Kick. But if you're outside of combat, you can't Vivify yourself. Well, you can, but it's not instant, and I want my instant Vivifies, you know? So I can no longer, like, just instantly Vivify myself before a pull, or, you know, during downtime on a boss. I would love doing it during downtime on a boss. Like, Mugsy, I abuse this button. I abused this button when I was out grabbing things and stuff. Kaiveza, I abused this button. Like, I would instantly, like, insta-vivifying myself and stuff. Well, now, if you Rising Sun Kick, now it instantly does it. And the good takeaway is that every time you Rising Sun Kick, you can do it. So that is the good takeaway, is that it's actually shorter than 10 seconds now, as long as you keep Rising Sun Kicking. But I think it's just going to take some adjustment. Like, initially, I just don't like it, but I just don't think I've properly tested it out in a dungeon yet, if that makes sense. I'm the sort of player that will run through a dungeon and just Vivify myself to make sure I'm healed for the next pack. But if I don't have that available, I'll be like, ah, fuck me. Thank you for the follow, Clin123 and GloomFX. They quite obviously made the change for BM and especially Mistweaver. Also really funny how Windwalker is the only monk spec without changes when it's by far the most scuffed one. Yeah, I was interested by that. I don't think we're not going to get changes, but I was surprised to not see anything, except obviously the Vivacious Vivification thing that affects us. So last PTR cycle we got quite a lot. I don't know if they did much at the start, though. So I wouldn't be too worried just yet on if we're actually going to get any, like, actual talent changes and stuff like that. I think there's still tons of time for them to mess around with stuff and do some things like that. But right now, yeah, pretty much nothing other than the set pieces. Like, why make us work for it? I like the 10 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I've heard the other argument as well, is that people didn't like the 10 seconds. They hated having to, like, track the 10-second timer. But, I mean, I guess I was so used to it that I just had Luxloth have my 10-second here, and I just looked at it and followed it. Yeah, okay. So I'm at 196. So I'm going to try something different here, because I'm not enjoying lightning too much anymore. It sounds crazy, but I actually don't like lightning too much with this new Shadowpan thing. And that doesn't mean that that's going to be, you're not going to run lightning anymore. But just for some testing, I want to switch out. I want to try and go Strike of the Windlord instead, and try abuse some Gale Force. Because I did a little bit of testing on this before I started streaming, and by using Strike of the Windlord, you can get yourself up to the 10 stacks insanely quickly, which allows you to always get the 20 double. I find it a little bit awkward to try get to the 10 flurry charges to expend without having, like, a big hit, basically. Also, I don't know. I think lightning's not doing much damage. I don't know if it's the fact that it's on 4 targets, but it seems to be chaining everything. We'll have to see. So I want to try this, and I'll take it all the way down to Communion with the Wind, I think. I mean, maybe you don't even have to go Communion with the Wind. 40, 120. I mean, you want it to line up with every 1 minute 30, so I guess you kind of have to, in a way. What would you drop for it, though? See, these are the questions. It's like, what would you actually drop for this sort of thing? Because I think Ordered Elements is just too important. Is it, though? Maybe it's not. Screw it, it's PTR. That's what we're here for. Get rid of Ordered Elements, put that in the bin. And then on top of that, let's get rid of... No, we need Zoon's battle gear. Do we? Ah, fuck it. In the bin. These are, like, by no means, like, actual talent builds that you're probably going to run. But I'm just testing out literally everything right now. So that's the whole point, right? When the Shadow Pan, when using the belt, is the haste proc better than the damage one? That is a great point I didn't even think about. On live servers, there's a good chance. I definitely sim it. Right now, I'm not using the belt because I'm using this 7231 instead. Because they basically allow you to get all the set pieces and all the cosmetic ones so you can have a look at nice transmog, right? It's going to depend, but I wouldn't be surprised if the haste proc is probably better on live. But it's definitely a sim angle, right? And depends how much haste you have. So, like, I'm currently sitting at 20%. Why am I on 20%? Huh? That should be higher, no? Why am I on just 20%? Oh, no, that's fine, actually. No, I'm fine with this. I thought it was way high. I thought it should have been way higher, though. Am I crazy? Mr. Lockenstalk? No, I couldn't. Could I? I could. Couldn't I? No. We'll stay on 20. I think haste is going to be a lot more... So I was dabbling with different gear as well. I think haste is going to be a lot more prominent for Shadow Pan especially. Like, haste... Like, this tier, like, haste was important, right? But you could get away with having tons of mastery. But I think having the extra energy regeneration is going to be, like, so important to guarantee this 20 stack uptime sort of thing. So, okay, so we're back on 0 Flurry Strike. So this is how I'm going to do this opener to try to get instantly to 20 here. And it has a 90% success rate. I just made that number up off the top of my head, but it does, trust me. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to single Tiger Palm to get ourselves to 4 Chi. That puts us up to 60 stacks. Zoo-in, Storm, Earth, and Fire. Strike of the Windlord to expend 10 Flurry Strikes. Into Tiger Palm to expend the next 10. Into... Actually, hold up. I'm cooking. Hold up. I'm genuinely cooking here. What if... Because Flurry Strike, like, right... Stacks... If you're at 120 stacks, right? And that's what sends out your Flurry Strikes, and you send out another Tiger Palm, you don't then go straight back to 0 for your next set. You'll go straight to 60. Like, it's not like once you reach the cap for Flurry Strikes, it then resets it back to 0 and you have to go again. It continuously loops. So what if you double Tiger Palm in your opener, wait a couple of seconds for your energy regen to charge back up. Holy shit, okay, right, I'm about to unlock 10 million damage on Windwalker. Alright, watch this. This is going to go so hard. You don't even know. So Tiger Palm, and then we wait a little bit for energy. Oh, we're M+, M+, oh, mechanics coming out, and then I send. So we're at 20 now. 19, don't worry about it. That's close enough. 20 again. And then can we get another Tiger Palm? Yes, we stayed at 20 again. And then we basically got 20 for the entire uptime, right? Now, obviously, damage is a little bit lower, because I think the talents are still a little bit scuffed. But that actually worked kind of nicely, I'll be honest. We were able to start off with 20, or 19, let's be real. And then we do it again, right? The moment Strike of the Windlord comes back up, I just instinctively did it again. And then can we get it off again? Ah, not quite. And the issue for that is I didn't set up my energy properly beforehand. So you can see what I mean when I say, look, like, I think there's going to have to be, like, some serious discipline in only sending a Storm, Earth, and Fire and being, like, fully ready. So you're going to have to track these, like, this so well with how many stacks you have as well as your energy. Because if you're not able to keep the uptime on the 20. That's bad. I think the entire point is going to be uptime. But on that first one, we did really well on it. Don't gar at me. But then, once again, right? Like, look at that damage breakdown. Like, 20% flurry strikes instantly. Like, barely any damage is coming from spinning crane kick and fist of fury. I think damage is going to come from these ones as you progress. We'll do, like, an actual, like, 2-minute run in a sec, where we'll send, like, 2 1-minute 30 cooldowns and get an actual overview. But I'm just trying to look at, like, the opener damage now. If you're thinking, like, if you're, like, looking at this and you're thinking, we do a massive pull at the dungeon at the first pull, and Flurry Strikes is going to contribute, like, this much damage or even more. That's crazy, right? Like, this is insane. Like, your burst profile with Flurry Strikes is going to be absolutely nutty. Windwalker Mesa for Season 3, going to be in the MDI. You can quote me on that. Please don't, actually. Don't quote me on that. So these will pick themselves back up. I like Gale Force. I actually do like Gale Force. Because you're going to constantly get uptime with this. You get the Gale Force off of the Flurry Strikes as well, right? So a good Gale Force number for Conduit is about 4%. More or less, something in the region of like 4% is what you kind of get roughly for Conduit, where you fully like utilize Gale Force. Well, it's about there. We'd have to get a proper test going, but it is about there, innit? Alright, we'll go again. We'll go again. But this one I'll do for like 2 minutes. So I'll just do standard rotation. And try to get the most out of Storm, Earth, and Fire. And I'll try to talk through it as I go. We'll see how well I do at that. Alright, so I'm in combat. I want this to kind of be a bit more... I want this to be real. So I'm going to change spec again. Because obviously I'm at 10 stacks right now, which is kind of cheating in a way. Oh, please, Borealis, target dummies. Why do I have to be this far away? Yeah, so we'll do this for like 1 minute 30 test, and then what we'll do is we'll have a look at Conduit. Or we'll have a look at single target Shadow Pan, actually. Maybe we'll do that quickly after this. Which is going to be interesting. I've actually seen a build that some of the Windwalker Theory crafters have been cooking up, so I'll have a look at that and see if I can replicate it. Spoiler alert, I don't think it involves Dance of the Chiji. Lol. But I'll have a proper look at that in a sec. Alright. So, kind of the exact same as we did last time. Tiger Palm. I might even just go Tiger Palm, Rising Sun, Tiger Palm. Because the issue was that I started off at 19. I want to start at 20. So I need to expend something. We'll actually just go standard here. Rising Sun Kick. Da-da-da. Wait a couple of seconds for the build-up. And then send. I did it kind of wrong. Don't at me. I shouldn't have Fist of Furies there. That's fine. We'll still keep the uptime. Do we? Yes, we just managed to keep uptime. And then because it falls off, then we just send naturally. So we managed to get a lot of damage out of the 20 stacks of AAO. And now we're going to send out another Storm, Earth, and Fire in a sec. So I'm at 120 right now. So what I'm waiting for is Strike the Windlord. And now we send again. So we instantly get up to 20. And we're basically doing the exact same thing. Can we get it in? Yeah, we got it in. Nice. Spinning crane kick. Can we get it in again? Right, so that's 2 full windows that we managed to stay at 20 AAO stacks. So that's like some amazing burst. Oh, we double... Oh, we didn't do it. And now it's just waiting, right? So now we're basically just going to be... We're going to save our Storm, Earth, and Fire, just normally, like, because we want to send it with Zuin. So it's just the normal rotation now, basically. Just weaving Tiger Palm into everything. I can send out a Strike of the Windlord here, on the basis that I know it will be back up for Zuin. To try to get a little bit of Gale Force, so I'm not holding it for too long, is the idea. Kind of how you would with Conduit. So prep's going to be everything here. We want to fully prep this. So we'll send a Fist out. We're on 60. We want to be on 120. We get to 120. It's a little bit awkward here. I'm going to hold for a sec, and then... Can I do it? Okay, we managed to get to 20 there. It's a little bit scuffed, I'll be honest. I know that... Can I do it again? Just about. I had to play it scuffed there. My prep was okay, but kind of bad as well. And then we managed to keep the uptime for the entire time, but I didn't like how I did that. It could definitely be worked on. I just didn't have enough chi, I don't think. So this has been about a 2-minute demonstration, where for every single Storm, Earth, and Fire, we managed to keep up full uptime. of our 20 stacks, at least that. And then the damage breakdown is kind of exactly what I thought it would be, more or less, where Flurry Strike is still on top right in 2 minutes of constant combat. Fist of Fury is ranked up because you're actually pressing it outside a lot of, like, outside of those windows. Now we're actually getting to Fist of Fury, right? Spinning Crane Kick's rather low, actually. A lot lower than I thought it could be. Potentially Blackout Kicking a little bit too much. And then Gale Force, 4%. So we actually like that. Gale Force is at a good percentage right now. But it's all about Flurry Strikes, right? Flurry Strikes is hard carrying now. So that's like kind of the general idea of how this is going to work for Season 2. 3, even. Lol. There's going to be a lot more refinement. I think there's going to be a lot more emphasis on haste. So that you're not in this precarious position where you feel like you're spamming Tiger Palm and you feel like really like you're stressing out that this is going to drop off. Because the moment you drop the 20 stacks, you've lost so much damage. Like, it's insane how much damage you lose as a result of it. I heard a good suggestion that it would be cool if they increased the duration of Against All Odds by like 1 or 2 seconds, which isn't a bad idea. Although I could see the only issue with that is it becoming too strong. Like, genuinely, it might just become too strong at that point. But that's Shadowpan AoE. I think, compared to Season... Like, what was our 4 set in Season 2? I should know this. It was just shitty Spinning Crane Kick and Rising Sun Kick Fist of Fury, right? Boring. This actually adds some excitement, and it actually makes Shadowpan feel stronger. Like, it's not just passive. Like, it's passive to a degree, but it's kind of active at the same time, where you are playing this mini-game inside of your Storm, Earth, and Fire windows, getting all these buffs at once. You're basically just feeling really powerful inside your burst windows. And that's kind of what Shadowpan didn't have in Season 2, is that when you popped your burst windows, like your Zuin and your Storm, Earth, and Fire, your damage wasn't that much better, you know? It was just kind of like, it was okay. But your burst windows weren't really burst windows. Now they feel like they actually matter. So timing these are going to be really important, getting the prep for it, all good. But I think there's going to be a massive emphasis on haste, to be honest. A bit more emphasis on haste. Which is fine. We have a lot of room for haste gear, right? Like, I'm set at 20% right now. Like, Mastery, we're pretty good on. There's a lot more room for us to get a lot more haste. Because we're not even near DR at this point. And I have a lot higher haste than a lot of Windwalkers. So I've kind of tried to min-max Shadowpan. So there's a lot of room. There's a lot of room for this, but I think energy regen is going to be super important. And there's a lot of talents that can be messed with. But I'll have to do some backroom theory crafting on that. But we'll try on a single target dummy. Let's so go Shadowpan single target. Let me see what I saw earlier. Give me a sec. And then we'll go to Conduit. Let me see what was cooked up earlier for the single target. I'll see if I can find it. I think it was in Win Discussion. Is it that? Is this? I'm just trying to look if this is actually the Shadowpan one or not. For all intents and purposes, I'm pretty sure it is. It'd be quite funny if this is the Conduit build. Right, so what was dropped? So they switched Knowledge of the Broken back to single target. Rest in peace, Revolving Whirl. Lol. Slicing Winds. So Slicing Winds makes me think, is this actually correct? But don't worry about it. Don't worry too much about it. Drinking on cover, fine. We'll extend both of these. Huh? Surely this is not the right build. Oh, well, we're going to try it anyway. What am I missing here? There ain't no way they took Touch of the Tiger. That's crazy. This is a crazy build. And then if you take Zuin's Battle Gear, it has to be, right? Wait, what's missing from this that I don't need? How did they get Slicing Winds in this? Great question. They dropped Zuin's Bond. Right, okay, then in that case, this has to be the Shadowpan single target they were cooking. Or maybe AoE. Probably single target, right, with Knowledge of the Broken. There's no way you drop Zuin's Bond for Conduit, let's put it that way. Okay, well, this is a crazy fucking build. I'm gonna have to assume it is the single target one for Shadowpan, just because you're not running Dance to the Chi-Ji, and I think that'd be insanely criminal. I have no idea how this is gonna play out. I need to relook at these talents. So Knowledge of the Broken, that's where you stack up your blackout kicks. Slicing Winds, interesting. Zun's Battle Gear, yeah. So kind of just the exact same similar thing. Where's the single target dummy? This, what is that? Alright, let's change spec again so we can start off from nothing. And just kind of get an idea of what, like, potentially single target Shadowpan's going to look like. 2-minute Shadowpan, I'm not too bothered about that. In fact, because of that, I'm going to switch out trinkets. I'm going to put on my Priory trinket, right? Oh my god, that's so bad. No, we're going to keep... No, we're not switching that out. No. Alright. So, I think it's going to be the same thing, right? Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, Tiger Palm. And then just trying to get the combo out. The good thing is, with Slicing Winds, I guess you can use this as like an in-between button between Tiger Palms at least. But you also want to get like Gale Force value out. There's going to be a lot that goes into this. I'm going to... Do I want to reset this? No, I don't want to reset this. Do I want to reset this? Yeah, I want to reset this. Alright, let's see if I can pull this off in some way. Is that too much on the fists? Could I get another Tiger Palm out? No, not quite. I was like a second off, a millisecond off. That sucks. But keep going, and then we'll try to set up for another one. So right now, I can instantly feel that this kind of feels horrible. This actually feels horrendous. I feel like I have no resource management. Alright, get to 20. Try to get a big blackout kick here. Oh, I just don't have enough resource regeneration for this. Oh, I just miss out every time. Like, I don't think the damage is too bad. But I genuinely think, like, this energy regen is, like, really tilting me. It's so slow. Oh, I'm probably just not setting up as well as I could be. But I feel like I'm in constant, like, resource drought. Oh, please. Alright, we'll wait the 30 seconds to get another thing off. I can see my damage is just, like, falling dramatically right now. I feel like I was very reliant on the free cost of spinning Crane Kick with GG. So we're going to try set up this quite nicely. So we're at 120 now. I'm actually going to go to 180 just to get a real good setup here.
I cannot use that item yet.
And then we'll send out 2. And then we can wait a sec, actually. We can keep that buff up. And then we send again. We're set at 20. And we can get another one. We can keep the uptime of this for the entire time. That was actually really good. So maybe trying to start at 180 is even better, actually, than doing 120. We kept that uptime, and I probably could have kept it going even longer. Oh, go on. One more for good luck. Alright, get me out of here. I mean, once again, single target, you know. Even with a single target, Flurry Strike still somehow comes out on top. I think the biggest pain there, though, that I'm noticing is resources feel so dry. Which is interesting, because we're still running Ascension. Maybe no ordered elements is pretty rough. But that's only during Storm Earth and Fire, so is that really necessary? I guess having 2 minutes doing as well means that you're not getting this Invoker's Delay every 1 minute 30. You delay it as well, so less haste. Not great. But I feel like the biggest punishment comes in the form of Knowledge of the Broken, actually, and not having Dance of the Chi-Ji. The fact that I'm not able to get... Basically, the fact that I'm not able to have free abilities, which means that I'm not expending, like, Chi, it's kind of punishing. It's actually really punishing. I'm actually going to try this one more time with... Not that one. I'm going to try it with the AoE build, which sounds a little bit crazy, but I'm going to try it with this AoE build 1 minute 30 and see if this feels better for single target. And then we'll move on to Conduit. Then we'll go to Conduit. We're on 0. I think this is fine. We can start like this. We don't have to do any resetting. We'll just wait for Zuin. What is that emoji, right? What am I looking at right now? I can't even see it. It's so small. It looks like a ghost holding a piece of paper. Alright. Let's see if this one feels a little bit better. We're going to actually try prep ourselves and get to 180 instead. 180. So Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, Tiger Palm. Or even double Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, Tiger Palm. Yeah, I'll go double Tiger Palm so they don't affect hit combos, actually. Let's try that. Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick. Tiger Palm eventually. Full send. I think it works. I just did it horrendously. My damage is so low as a result of that. Oh my god. I did that so badly. Alright, we have this setup coming. We're going to set something like this. Alright, instantly get 20 off of that. Can we keep it? Yeah, we can keep it. But we're not going to get another one. That's fine, though. Well, the damage is definitely a lot less, and I'll tell you why. I think if, like... Because I basically messed up my Flurry Strikes, you can see how much damage comes from Flurry Strikes now. So because I scuffed up that initial Flurry Strike set, my damage is in the bin. So that's what I mean when I say I think like Shadowpan's going to be a lot more... Maybe not punishing, but there's going to be a lot more like emphasis on Flurry Strikes and making sure the prep's okay and stuff like that. Because you can see, if you don't do it correctly, your Flurry Strikes is down at the bottom. And your Flurry Strikes should be up at the top. In all situations, it looks like Flurry Strike should be at the top or pretty much like near the top. If it's not at the top, you're going to be extremely punished. And you're going to do like pretty much half the damage from the looks of it. So, yeah. Just getting heads wrapped around that and stuff. And this AAO sort of thing is basically going to be the general concept of how you play it. There's a lot more that can go into it, and there'll be a lot more testing. I think when Dungeons comes out, that's going to be like the best environment for it. But at the moment, it's going to be theory cooking like builds and stuff. I like this build for AoE, but I can see why you'd maybe want to go run something like this now that I've actually seen the difference between the two. Although this feels atrocious to play. It did do good damage, but it felt fucking horrible. It's Bongo Umbrian. It demands Conduit. Okay, well, seeing as we've demanded Conduit, I suppose we should do Conduit, yeah? Yeah, should we do Conduit? That's say Bongo? What am I looking for right now? So Conduit's the one I've had... Where is it? Conduit's the one I haven't practiced at all, and I've had the least kind of thoughts on it, because I've basically been focusing on Shadowpan, even though I prefer Conduit more. So what does it do? The 2-set Heart of the Jade Serpent additionally triggers for 8 seconds at 100% effectiveness after you cast Slicing Winds. Pretty big, right, in the fact that Slicing Winds is now 100% going to be taken for every single Conduit of the Celestials build. I mean, it pretty much was previously, right? Like, it genuinely, like, was taken for pretty much everything. Except you'd end up in those precarious situations, potentially, on raid bosses where it was a little bit dangerous to take Slicing Winds. Like, Lock and Stock, for instance, is a great example. And a lot of players also opt to not take it on Gallywix, where slight displacement of movement can cause a little bit of iffy situations at times. Well, now that isn't the case. Now you'd have to run it on those bosses, otherwise you would kind of not have your 2-set bonus, and that's kind of important, guys. So, this is like a mixed bag, right? For me, I don't mind it. I like Slicing Winds. A lot of players don't like Slicing Winds, and it feels like you're now being forced to play Slicing Winds. It almost kind of kills the Lightning build of Conduit, unless you end up in like a really specific situation, where you can run Conduit and you can run Lightning, but that, not Conduit, Slicing Winds and you can run Lightning, but that's not always the case. Those are very like specific bosses, and even then, like Slicing Winds, Fury of Zuin, Transfer the Power tend to be good a lot of the times. So now Slicing Winds is baseline. You have to go Slicing Winds. And the big thing is it additionally triggers for 8 seconds of a Heart of the Jade Serpent window. Now, this is big because normal Heart of the Jade Serpent windows are 6 seconds. Like that's it. 6 seconds is how long you get. And I'm pretty sure this stacks, but not in the way you think. It stacks in the way where you get. I'm pretty sure from reading what people have really tested, and we'll test it out ourselves in a sec to see if it's like actually is or if I'm wrong. The cooldown reduction of the 2 Heart of the Jade Serpent buffs you have running at the same time will stack. So you're basically getting double the cooldown reduction, if that makes sense. I was hearing that people were basically sending out a Fist of Fury and it would finish channeling in like 0.1 seconds. Because the Heart of the Jade Serpent also reduces like, the cooldown of Fist of Fury. Well, that, doubles. The time doesn't get added to each other, so you're not getting like 14 seconds off of this if you send out this one on top of a 6-second one. I'm probably sure this will overlap it. So I think the concept would be that you want to have a 6-second Heart of the Jade Serpent out first, and then you'd send out your 8-second run, rather than having an 8-second out one and then overlapping it with 6, because then you technically lose time, if that makes sense. So you'd want to like extend this for a bit. And then increases haste by 15% while active for 4 seconds afterwards. This is just kind of, I mean, this is good, right? 15% haste is good, but this like doesn't really change much, I don't think. This is just kind of like just passive. You're going to get some more haste, which is going to be good for like energy regen and resource management and cooldowns and stuff like that. But I think the big part of this entire thing is this. And from what I've heard, the increased haste doesn't stack. It is just this part that stacks. The haste doesn't stack. Otherwise, you'd be hasted out of your goddamn mind. So that's like the general concept of these. Of all abilities, why Slicing Winds? See, that's what I initially thought. I knew they were going to do something with Heart of the Jade Serpent. Like, it just seemed like crazy for them not to. Because you got to understand, they were doing these for hero talents, right? And they have to then do it for Mistweaver and Windwalker. What's the only thing that they could really do for Mistweaver and Windwalker? It had to be Heart of the Jade Serpent related. I was under the impression they were probably going to do something along the lines of your Heart of the Jade Serpent extends or something like that, or you get more cooldown reduction in Heart of the Jade Serpent, something along those lines. The reason they went with Slicing Winds, I think, is probably for like 2 reasons. One, Slicing Winds is kind of fundamental to Windwalker's Celestial Conduit. It activates off of the cooldown reduction, so it gets cooldown reduction. It's our big AoE for predominantly most of the Heart of the Jade Serpent builds and stuff like that. On top of that, it's the fancy new Plunderstorm ability. I mean, they want you to play it right. They gave it the buff in Season 2, midway through, because it was like not as utilized, or they weren't as happy with as many people playing it, or with how much damage it did. Something along those lines. They want you to play this, and they like this ability, and they like it being part of Windwalker's kit, so now they want to throw it in. I don't think it's bad that it's part of the Heart of the Jade Serpent. I just think it's a strange choice. Like, it's surprising in the fact that I didn't think they'd do it. It's not surprising in the fact that it's not, like, unexpected, if that makes sense. Like, it was definitely, like, a possibility if they chose an ability. This would be it, just because it, like, fundamentally works with the Heart of the Jade Serpent cooldown as well. So, like, kind of how it's like Strike of the Windlord. Strike of the Windlord triggers Heart of the Jade Serpent, then also benefits from the cooldown reduction of Heart of the Jade Serpent. Slicing Winds now triggers Heart of the Jade Serpent and also, gets cooled down from Heart of the Jade Serpent. So you're going to be in this constant state of cooldown reduction. The name of the game for Conduit is pretty much going to be how much uptime can I keep on Heart of the Jade Serpent. Like, that's how Conduit's going to play now. Before it was like burst windows, mini heart windows, big heart windows. Now it's going to be big heart windows and then constant heart windows throughout the fight, if that makes sense. So that's how the playstyle is going to be. You're basically going to want to have uptime on this as much as possible. I've heard people say that they've managed to get upwards of like 85% uptime, stuff like that. So that's going to be the mini game. There's going to be situations where it's going to suck on certain bosses, I think, or certain situations where there's downtime on fights. Because obviously, how are we getting damage from this? well, you have to be in Heart of the Jade Serpent now. That's the entire gimmick. So if you're in situations where you don't get to keep the uptime of this, that's going to suck and feel awful. When you're inside of this, it's going to feel amazing. I think it's good. Tested it yesterday at PTR, had 90% uptime. Shit's busted. No way it goes live like this. Oh, yeah, exactly. 90%. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. We'll see if I can get 90%. I probably can't. I'm bad at the game. But I digress. Let's snip this then. Let us do a little snippy. So we can put this on the screen. Oh. And then we'll put that in the top right corner where the other one is now. Tier set conduit. So we know what we're talking about. So yeah, it's not really the 4 set. Like, the 4 set's going to be good for this, and it's going to have impact, but it's going to be one of those things that, like, just helps you with keeping resource management and stuff during your cooldown reductions. It's not like the Shadowpan 4 set, with 4 set is, like, pretty much the best part of it. Allowing you to trigger every 120 energy spent, right? That's insane. This is just kind of like it will help you out with keeping up this constant CDR and allowing you to actually constantly cast abilities, because that's the worry, right? If you're constantly CDR'd and you're trying to spam out all your abilities, well, eventually you're going to reach resource drought, and then you're going to feel bad when you're in your CDR cooldown period and not able to send out cooldowns, but we'll have to actually see how it goes. Alright, so we save that. We then go to images. Not that one. The other image. Tier set conduit. All right, that's a little bit small. Is it small? We'll make it bigger. I don't know. Let's get WoW on the screen. How big is that? Too big? I don't know. I think that's fine. Maybe a little bit big actually. Hold on. All right. So conduit, which I'm probably better at playing, to be honest. He says as he's about to completely scuff everything. So we're going to start off AoE. We're going to go for the standard AoE conduit build. Pretty locked in, to be honest. Not much variation to this at the moment. I mean, you can change a couple of things here and there, like maybe Drinking Horn cover if you want, but I feel like we need Ascension at this point. Resources are going to be pretty important. Thunderfist is an interesting one. I get the feeling that Thunderfist might take a bit more prominence because you're going to get a lot more Strike of the Windlords out as a result of constantly reducing Strike of the Windlord through the new edition of the new Heart of the Jade Serpent window. So I can see Thunderfist getting a lot better prio target damage and stuff like that, as well as greater damage uptime. Not that Rushing Jade Wind will be bad, because once again, you're going to Strike of the Windlord a lot anyway, so you're going to summon more tornadoes. There's an argument where it could also be that Rushing Jade Wind might actually be better, because of Flight of the Red Crane, and the fact that Rushing Jade Wind can increase your energy regeneration by 20% for 6 seconds. That could actually come in a big play here to allow good resource management. But we have to test it. I haven't tested this at all. I need to get the fist off my screen. Get that fist off my screen. Where is it? Against all odds, set the load conditions to spec? No. Hero talent, right? Oh, hero talent. We'll set it to... Wait, what? Why can't I... Flurry Strikes? Question mark? Does that work? Yeah, cool. Whatever, it's gone. So I've been thinking about this opener for a little bit. I think that the opener is probably going to be the same. Or some similar variants of it. So I feel like the biggest issue is that you're going to end up in a situation where you end up delaying your conduit for a long time, and that's just not what you want to do. Obviously, it might not be the case. It might be the case that you actually go for Strike of the Windlord, and then you let the 6 seconds go, and then you go Slicing Winds, and you go for 8 seconds, and then you conduit. But I feel like that delays conduit so much that you're playing on a really weird cycle. I feel like it's going to be the exact same, where you Strike of the Windlord, Fist of Fury, Slicing Winds, which then gives you the 8 seconds, right? And then you let those 8 seconds pretty much go up, but then you still want Gale Force from Conduit. So I feel like your opener is not going to change too much, and you probably play on a little bit of a... You pretty much overlap heart windows in your opener. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how things go down, to be honest. But then once you're outside of that, then it's managing your cooldown windows. So we'll see. We'll see. And at that point, you probably don't want to be overlapping, right? So if you're in a Strike of the Windlord window, you don't want to overlap it with a Slicing Winds window and stuff like that. So let's have our little look. Oh, segments are cooked. GG.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Alrighty. Oh, let's see what I can do with this. Oh, hold up. We're going to switch this ring to our actual mastery ring. We happy with that? Yeah, we don't need that much haste. Maybe we do need that much haste, actually. We'll see. Alright, this target dummy is pretty occupied, but screw it.
That one.
Oh, interesting. Oh my god. This is actually resource insanity. My Slicing Winds... So it doesn't extend then? Am I wrong with that? Oh, let me try it here. Do I have to wait for this to go down to then get the next one? Hold up. I did... Right, okay. So it doesn't work like that. It doesn't overwrite it. The time, anyway. The buffs will stack. The timing on the stack doesn't, unless it's not visually showing it correctly. I feel like I'm actually playing so fast-paced. So then we send it again, and we get another 8 seconds. And then am I holding here? Probably not, right? No, I can probably send again, because then I can reduce the cooldown with Slicing Winds. Uh-oh. Are we in resource drought? Help. Yeah, because we're pretty much going to reset the cooldown now to pretty much have it on par. So now we have cooldowns, but they do get delayed by a couple of seconds. Then we send again. Send out Conduit, so we get Gale Force. And then probably there, that's where I don't Slicing Winds. Or do I? No, I probably do. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was a 0.1 second Fist of Fury! It's extremely fast-paced, and I actually... So what I'm looking at right now is I'm just trying to get a feel for it, right? I don't think I'm playing it, like, perfectly. I just wanted to get more of, like, a feel of how it's going to play out. Resource-wise, I'm actually fine. Like, I mean, never been in a situation where I, like, don't have the energy to have chi. So that doesn't actually seem like a problem. I'll be honest. So that was, like, one thing I saw people, like, worrying a little bit about. Or being, like, unsure if that was how it was going to work. But from the looks of it, like, holding abilities now, like, because you'd hold Strike of the Windlord for 25 seconds, right? Nah. Like, nah. Because you have Slicing Winds as well that allows you to keep up the momentum. So I'd probably hold it now. I'd definitely hold it now to get the Gale Force value. Do you, though? No, I do. No, because then you can probably just set it off with Slicing Winds. Oh my god. Now Slicing Winds here. And this is going to set me up for, like, some crazy fucking 0-second Fist of Fury. Yep. Into another Fist of Fury. Oh my god. This is kind of extremely fast-paced. A little bit hard to play on 150 ping, but not impossible. It's just... The 0.1 seconds Fist of Fury is absolutely ludicrous. Oh, I keep double pressing Tiger Palm. I probably... Yeah, overlap a bit more. Okay, Slicing Winds didn't go off there. Alright, I want to have a look at a couple of things. It felt good. I guess initial thoughts are... I probably played it atrociously, but that felt really good to play. At no point did I think to myself, oh no, help, I can't cast my abilities. It was more the other way around of, help, I can't stop casting my abilities. Downtime's going to feel so fucking bad with Conduit. Let's have a look at uptime of heart. I don't think it was very high. I can definitely, yeah, 28%, lol. 28%! That's not very good. You can use slicing winds and strike every 10ish seconds with a fist between them, and only fill with Tiger Palm and some Rising Sun Kick. Looks awesome. Constant CDR. You have to wait till it runs out and then restart with slicing or strike. Yeah, that's what I noticed. I thought that the timers would overlap each other. That's okay though. That kind of makes sense. Bro, this looks insane. It does look insane. Definitely need to work on the uptime of heart. But oh my god, it feels so fun. Like, it feels so fast-paced. I still think the opener makes sense to do it like that. So the thing is, you're using Slicing Winds to activate heart, but you don't want to not send it at the start because you're trying to overlap them to get, like, shorter cooldowns. And by the time you sent out your Strike of the Windlord again, you've got Slicing Winds, and then you start playing the cycle. So we'll go again. But we'll try bear that a bit more in mind. Try get a little bit more uptime, yeah? A little bit more uptime. We like uptime? Yeah, I like uptime too. And I think it's almost like a send on cooldown sort of thing. I don't even know if you... Like, before you wanted to get tons of Gale Force value. But I feel like holding at any point just feels atrocious now. Like, I feel like you just want to keep the cycle going. Rather than holding it all. We'll have to see. Alright. Run it back. I'm going to go with the Slicing Winds to start off with, so I get the instant Fist of Fury. Let's see what that's like. So now Fist of Fury's back up, right? Oh my god. We're fast as fuck, boy. I'm Slicing Winds again. So a little bit of downtime there. Maybe that was one that I shouldn't have double sent. Then we want the buff from this. And now they're kind of in a desync loop, which is good. We want that. Yeah, so now they're in like this desync sort of loop, where when one comes off cooldown, the other's on cooldown. Rinse and repeat, basically. So now we cycle through them. They're basically playing off of each other. So I think that's how you want this to... You want to get in that state. Now we're Slicing Winds. So you like get a little bit of downtime in between. And I probably could have done this even better, right? But now, like, when this one finishes off cooldown, well, you know, Strike the Windlord is now off cooldown. You know? And then when this one finishes, Slicing Winds will be off cooldown. That sort of thing. Slicing Winds, and then instantly send the Zoo in. And now the cycle repeats. We got a little bit messy there in the middle. But I think I'm back on par now for the cycle. More or less. Yeah, more or less. Oh, please let me send. Ah, I was 1 second off. I shouldn't have held send this. I should have sent slicing. So that delayed that now. I thought I could get it in at the like last millisecond. My biggest concern is that because this is so fast-paced, right? I feel like I'm never going to be looking at what's going on outside of my cooldowns. Does that kind of make sense? Like, 'cause once you get like comfortable with something, you stop looking too much at your like action bars for like cooldowns and stuff like that. And you can do that outside of like heart windows to an extent. You can like eventually start glancing down. However, However, I feel like I can't stop looking because I need to see exactly what's up at any given time. I feel like I'm just constantly like staring at my bars. I'm gonna get hit by every fucking mechanic. Oh, it's gonna be great. Bro, you're always in heart window. It looks amazing. You literally are always in heart window. And I can do it better. I know that like there's some parts that I scuffed up. But like I think the thing I wanted to point out the most is that the cycle between these two, right, that you see, is that if you can get to a point where you basically desync the cooldowns of strike and desync them of slicing winds, so that basically when strike's on cooldown, slicing winds comes up. When slicing winds is on cooldown, strike comes up, and you basically are just pushing these two buttons to keep yourself in the uptime. I don't think my uptime was amazing there, but definitely better, right? 38%. We can get better. We can get better. Somehow. I just gotta keep going. It's trying to work out, though, at the start, I think, whether it's the full send or it's the delay. But once again, no real issues with, like, resources. And that was more uptime. But it's really fun. But yeah, I go back to the point of my biggest concern is going to be, is it going to be so much information overload that you are basically struggling to even, like, pay attention to what's actually going on in the boss fight? Like, you're in a boss fight, right? That you are having to micromanage all of these abilities that are constantly finishing their cooldown. And eventually you'll get, like, good at it once you've, like, done it enough. But, like, initially I could see this being, like, absolutely terrifying to deal with. Good, though. I think the details uptime is bugs. You got more auras shown, not just one. Okay, that's fair. I mean, it feels like it should be more than 31%. I agree, but maybe it was 31%. It feels a little bit low, right? All right, we'll go one more. We'll go one more. Actually, let's try single target. Because I'm a lot more confident in this than I am with the Shadow Pan one. But I think that's just because I haven't, like, I don't think I've done, how am I in combat? I haven't done Shadow Pan for such a long time, like Flurry Strike, like that. So that's going to take a bit more practice. But Conduit I play, like, literally every day. Like, Conduit, like, feels good. It feels very fast-paced, though. But which one feels better in AoE? I think it's going to be one of those things where damage was good. Like, damage was about the same, with maybe my Conduit being better, but I think my Shadow Pan talents could be way more optimized for AoE, whereas my Shadow Pan talents could be way more optimized, where Conduit talents are pretty much going to be this, right? Like, this isn't not going to change much. I don't know. I think that there's a lot going on with Conduit where I think it's going to be good in AoE, but I think Shadow Pan might just be better. It feels like the damage that you can do in the burst of Shadow Pan is going to be so much more impactful. Especially when, like, properly min-max. Now that I've had, like, a little test of both of them. Don't get me wrong. This feels really good in AoE, Conduit. But it comes back to my point that I was saying where I feel like you're going to be so locked in on trying to get it, like, right with so much cooldown reduction that you're going to end up in this situation where you basically get ability locked. Like, the brain gets ability locked. Like, cooldown reduction is good, but there is such a thing as too much. Like, there's like, information overload is definitely a thing. I could see, like, people, like, losing their minds trying to, like, do this, because it's not like in a heart window and stuff, like on season 2, you have to do it like every 1 minute 30, and you get, like, mini ones in between that you have to work on. This feels non-stop. Non-stop. You are basically having to optimize. I remember, I always say things like, I love it when I get to use Fist of Fury and my channeling abilities because it gives me time to think about what my next play is as Windwalker. Yeah, you don't do that when your Fist of Fury is 0.1 seconds. When your Fist of Fury is 0.1 seconds, you need to be pressing your next button. It's really fun, though. It is really fun. Really, really fun. All right, we'll try just single target dummy. See what this is like. So do that. Instart. 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 So I think maybe Oh, no, that still worked, right? The timing was still fine there. So now we're going to try to delay the cycles. Oh, double target bomb there. Kind of cringe. Alright, so now we should be on the cycle loop. Where one finishes, the other comes up, you know? More or less. Probably less than more. Yeah, so Slicing Winds came up perfectly there. I think Strike is a little bit lagging, but I think it's not too bad. We're only talking like 3 or so seconds. Oh my god, I keep double target farming. Ooh. Getting shafted by input lag. Yeah, the Slicing Winds like perfectly comes up. And the 8 seconds is good, right? Like the 8 seconds works really nicely. I guess the only thing I'm thinking of, how is it that you actually play your opener again? Or your big cooldowns? So that's about to come up, right? And do you delay it? Or do I use Slicing Winds here as my way of getting like my double? And I think potentially you just go Slicing Winds. And then you get the mega fast Fist of Fury. Oh, that was not as mega fast as I wanted it to be. And then potentially I should have held there. Should have held Strike there. Oh, we're in the cycle again. The cycle never ends. Yeah, this definitely feels closer to like 80% uptime. I feel like I'm never not in a heart window. Yeah, but I genuinely think there's no resource drought at all. That was a little bit delayed there. I should have set that up better. Like, resource drought is not a thing. Yeah, at this point, anyway. I feel like at no point am I not having buttons to press. Oh, another Fist of Fury off there. Yeah, so it's a little bit delayed now because I forgot to press a Strike of the Windlord. So yeah, that's another thing, right? You know how it's, like, punishing to get desynced? With normal Conduit? I think it's going to be super punishing to mess up at all with this one. Because if you, like, ever run into situations where you're outside, like, you lose Heart of the Jade Serpent uptime, you're going to feel so bad, right? Like, genuinely, that's going to feel atrocious. So, I mean, I was going to say it's better than Shadowpan, but Shadowpan is actually just as punishing. If you mess up your Flurry Strike, that was also horrendous. Basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is you're no longer allowed to mess up. Sorry, guys. Messing up is now illegal. I think maybe even you delay your Conduit here. Right? To get the Gale Force value. And that should be really fast now. And then you send that one out. It is starting to make sense. The more I play it, the like faster pace it feels and stuff. It's hard to explain. But like just after hitting this dummy for like a little bit, I definitely feel a lot more confident in how the how to keep the big uptime on it. And I think potentially the 1 minute 30 window is actually maybe going to be played a little bit differently. Let's try to get Gale Force. Potentially, because the biggest way of getting Gale Force is obviously, like, Gale Force values through Conduit itself. Yeah, well, I mean, my uptime has to be, like, really high right now. I don't stop hitting. I don't stop doing big cooldowns. Like, you know how, like, previously with Conduit, there would be downtime? There's no fucking downtime! I don't have time to think. There's absolutely no downtime with this. It's so cool. One heart window finishes. The next one begins. We go again. So now we're in big cooldowns. So here's what I mean, right? I think you delay to an extent. So I send out that, and then I wait the 6 seconds. But it's actually already set up like this. So I've set it up on the previous one. So I think there's a world where you actually delay to an extent. And then we'll send that one out. So I think you want to overlap the Slicing Winds one with that one. That way you get the Strike of the Windlord one afterwards. I mean, it's all just starting to come together, right? It's so fun. It's so fun. Oh, wow. That's crazy. That was actually insane, the uptime you get there. That was like, I don't even know. And damage looks about the same, right? Spinning crane kick, topping, and single target. Classic. Fist of Fury, Blackout kick. So like, it's not like damage has changed at all. And you can see Gale Force is still about 4%. Yeah, this is definitely not right. It says I had Heart of the Jade Serpent up for 40% of the time there, but I'll be like 1,000,000% honest. I had Heart of the Jade Serpent up for a lot longer than 40% of the time there. I genuinely think it was more 80. So maybe that's just details being a little bit silly. Unless, yeah, that feels so fun, guys. What have I missed? Is Shadowpan as punishing as Conduit? Yes, I think it is. I genuinely think Shadowpan's is punishing. Earlier in the stream, I messed up once. Like, Flurry Strikes is now going to be one of your highest damage, if not all your main source of damage, like your top damage from like initial testing. If you mess up a Flurry Strikes like Storm, Earth, and Fire 20 stack AAO window, and your Flurry Strikes doesn't do any damage, you lose so much. Like, the burst is so important, from what I can tell with initial Shadowpan testing. That Flurry Strikes is so fundamental that you get 20 Flurry Strikes out pretty much at once to nuke down targets and stuff. If you like scuff it up and you end up like not desyncing them, but sending us at different times, or not keeping the 20 stack buff of what's it called? I can't even remember what it's bloody called now. Against all odds, it does feel punishing. Like, I did there was one time when I fully messed up on the single target. So I did 2 single target tests. One where I did it all right, and I got my Storm, Earth, and Fire Flurry Strike window good. Thumbs up. I kept uptime. One, I completely cocked up. I sent out 1 Flurry Strikes. I think the stacks dropped off, and I sent out another Flurry Strikes, but it wasn't lined up well. I did half the damage of what I'd done on the initial pull. So, yeah. Like, Shadowpan right now in Season 2, I don't think it's that punishing. Like, there's a few things here and there, but you'll be punished by, like, you know, walking slightly with a Crackling Jade Lightning. That feels bad, right? But, like, standard rotation and Storm, Earth, and Fire and Zooin and stuff like that, you don't get punished too much. I think there's going to be a big disparity between playing Shadowpan well and playing it alright. And it's going to be completely about the Storm, Earth, and Fire windows. We'll try it again. We'll see if I can remember what I just did. So we're going to try to get to 180. I think 180 is a nice number to get up to. So then it just is 1 additional Tiger part. Is 180 good? Let me think about it. I get to 180. I get to 180. No, that's bad. I'm stupid. Can I send out 2 at the same time? You get to 120 where you start. You send out a Tiger Palm. And that takes you up to 60 on the next cycle. Yeah, okay. So I think it's going to go something like this. Tiger Palm, and then I think you need to wait for some energy, and then you send into Strike of the Windlord, into Tiger Palm, and now we're at 20 stacks. Fist of Fury is good to go, but we're at 60 already, so we reset that. Press that, and we're at 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. We just got it off, and that allows us to keep 20 uptime. And that can be played even better, right? So the idea is to keep this fist at 20 for the entire time, because that's 20% additional agility. Which is main stat, obviously, and it's insane. So every Storm, Earth, and Fire window, you kind of want to do some sort of variation of that. Flurry Strikes did no damage there. Wow. And I did that right. So you know what that means? That means I proc Shadow Flurry Strike last. If I went to watch this footage back, yeah, you can see Shadow's the only one up at the moment. Okay, so the difference... Okay, this is going to feel really bad, actually, then. There's going to be a massive disparity between proccing Shadow as your first one in your Storm, Earth, and Fire window and proccing it last. If you proc Shadow last, you lose. So maybe it's not even that I messed up on that single target one. It's the fact I didn't get Shadow in my first or second. Because understand it like this, right? When you get the Shadow Wisdom buff, every Flurry Strikes after that does the shadow damage on all targets, and it's absolutely insane, and it's ludicrous damage. So you always want to get shadow as like your first one in a cycle when generally playing. However, it's now even more vital. Like, I'll do another test. So there, I did 10 million Flurry Strike damage, right? That's like literally nothing. And that's because I procced it last. If we proc shadow first, I could see it being in the 50s, 60s, 70s million, just from the ordering. And that's actually something I don't like. That means, like, you're going to be super hit and miss, depending on how lucky you get. Or you're going to have to manipulate these. Can you manipulate them? Kind of. Not really, though. I mean, there's a little way you can, like, in between pulls. But even then, you'd never know the ordering of it. So the ordering of Wisdom of the Wall always works in that it has to cycle through all 4 of these. It doesn't matter what order it does. It could be crit, mastery, shadow, dodge, or mastery, dodge, crit, shadow. But you could never get something like mastery, shadow, dodge, shadow, crit. You have to go through all 4 before, then all 4 of them refresh again, and then you get to go again. But not getting shadow seems so punishing. Alright, so we're starting at 120. We'll literally do the exact same thing. Let me reset the data, and let's see if we get shadow first here. So I'm literally just going to start off as I did. We got mastery and crit again. That's not good. And we got shadow last again here. That's not good. We haven't got shadow again. And now we finally got shadow, but we are out of our Storm, Earth, and Fire window, and Flurry Strikes does no damage again. 9 million. I want to show you I want to show the difference between guessing at the start and not. Because once again, Flurry Strikes has done no damage. And what happened? I got shadow last in the cycle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Main Windwalker of the season. Don't know if I'll try another class. I mean, it's going to, like, so far, Windwalker's going to be pretty similar. But I think the, like, it sounds strange, but I think the difficulty is going to be higher. I think there's going to be, like, the difficulty curve is going to greatly go up for Windwalker. I suppose the disparity between, like, playing it really well and playing it okay. Where this season, I don't think it was too bad, actually. Like, Conduit, I think a lot of people, like, kind of struggled a bit with Conduit to begin with. And Shadowpan was always the one that they could go to, and it would feel alright, because it wasn't, like, there wasn't too much. It was, like, the easier one. I don't think it's, like, the easier one anymore. I think it's, okay, I think it's still the easier one, but I don't think it's easy anymore. I think this adds a level to it that you have to really understand how to keep this uptime. Yeah, so once again, Flurry Strikes triggered last. Shadow Strikes triggered last, and we did no damage with Flurry Strikes. We're going to go one more time. We're going to go one more time and hopefully get it first, just so I can show you the difference between getting Shadows first or second compared to last. It is immensely different and not good. We haven't got Shadow. We haven't got it again. Hello? Is my game cooked? The cycle's RNG, by the way. Like the cycle is straight up RNG. I'm just not getting it first anymore. Oh, once again, because I didn't even get Shadow, it's not even on my bars. Flurry Strikes does nothing. I mean, the point's proving itself, right? Flurry Strikes, because when I started this video, stream, I was talking about how Flurry Strikes is now your top damage. If you're not proccing Shadow, where is it? 3%. This is season 2 Flurry Strikes. Huh? Huh? Like, what? No. That's really bad. Oh, that's not good. That's not what you want to see. Because you never want to go into a dungeon and your damage be decided on a coin toss, right? Am I going to do good damage on this first pull? Well, I have to proc this in this specific order. Otherwise, I'm going to do nowhere near as much damage as other people. And that's not how you become a meta good spec. That's how you become a meme spec. Like RNG. You know shamans, how they have like RNG, like enhancement shamans, they're like Gamba. We play Gamba now. This feels very Gamba. See, okay, I'm going to manipulate it here because I've only activated 2. So I'm guaranteed to get Shadow in my first 2 here because I haven't completed the cycle fully. And this is fine. This is just to demonstrate the difference in the Flurry Strike damage through like a demonstration. So we're guaranteed to get Shadow in the first 2, no matter what. So now we will actually do tons of Flurry Strike damage as the cycle repeats itself. So we'll get to 120 and then we'll send.
I cannot use that.
So instantly at 20, we've got Shadow instantly first. GG. Keep uptime on 5. Send it again. We've got more uptime. And now we run out. Flurry Strikes now did 40 million damage, 25% of my overall damage. Do you see what I'm trying to get at here? If you do not get Shadow initially, your damage is going to be so much lower. This is not great. This is actually bad. It kind of makes me in a way want to have a way to guarantee you can get Shadow in a certain order here, because otherwise you are genuinely just playing Gamba, right? Like this disparity is absolutely immense. Like I can't even understate how much of a difference this was. I didn't even realize that. I'm glad I came back on Shadow Pan to give it another go. So this is crazy. This is genuinely crazy. If you, because it feels like you on the first pull in a dungeon, you can't do anything about it, right? If you get it, you get it. Because when you enter a dungeon in M+, you reset. Your character resets basically, so your Wisdom of the Wall possibilities all reset back to baseline, so you can get any of the 4. However, throughout the dungeon, this feels like it's going to have to be something that you force. If you're basically not going to want to send Storm, Earth, and Fire unless you can guarantee getting Shadow first. This adds even more depth to it, or difficulty. So that kind of makes sense. Like, I think the min-max aspect of this is going to be super RNG heavy, or like it's going to be RNG heavy to an extent, but super min-maxy. You're going to have to constantly be tracking your Wisdom Wall, guaranteeing that Shadow is going to be up, or if Shadow is up, then making sure you send during then. If Shadow's not up, then you make sure you guess it at some point, or you can know you can guess it. So the damage is insanely different. Like what is that? Like, it did like 30% of my overall damage, and you can see it's all Shadow. It's all Shadow. This is where the damage for Flurry Strikes comes from. It's not the others. The like standard Flurry Strikes aren't damage, right? Really, like they're weenie damage. It is all Shadow. So you think about, this is 4 target dummies. You think about a pack of 10 mobs, a pack of 15 mobs in Cinderbrew that you pull, all getting hit by Shadow, or all not getting hit by Shadow because you didn't proc it. Your damage is going to either be top of the meters and not even close, or bottom of the meters and below the tank. Obviously a bit like over the top exaggeration, but the point I'm trying to get across is that that feels awful. That genuinely feels awful. I don't know if there's a way to manipulate it. I know you can manipulate cycles. I know you can manipulate cycles, but you can't really. So it's RNG. So Fate Valiant Outlaw Rogue. I thought the Gamba season's over. This is a wild swing in damage. It is a wild swing in damage. Like, I didn't even notice it originally. Because originally, I guess I was getting Shadow every single time. But like right now, yeah, I have Mastery and Crit available. So I'm thinking to myself, I really don't want to send my Storm, Earth, and Fire here. Or my Zuin. Because I'm not going to get Shadow to start off with. And then I'm screwed. So I just want to natty proc these. Which feels atrocious, right? But I really don't want to like run the risk of not getting Shadow to begin with in my cycle. So if we can proc this real quick, that'd be nice. But you're not gonna be able to. You're gonna have to send eventually. But now we have the chance again of proccing Shadow. So now we're like, ooh, I like Shadow. And we didn't proc it. GG. And we procced it last. There's no way we procced it last. So what does that mean? Our Flurry Strikes is done. Where even is it? Here, 6%. And that was from the last Shadow. The last Shadow carried. I don't know. I don't know what the workaround for this is going to be. There's going to have to be something. But to an extent, you'd almost want, you would, if they want to hone in on flurry strikes dealing damage like this and not being super RNG, I feel like there has to have something related to Shadow Wisdom in the set. But that sounds like a lot, right? You're asking for an additional line, an additional feature of the set piece. I don't know if that's possible. Or we need a 100% efficient way of guaranteeing that you can get Shadow every single time. Because obviously, you don't want to be holding cooldowns, right, for too long. You don't want to be sat there holding cooldowns for, like, upwards of 50 seconds. Well, 50 is maybe a bit much. 30 seconds. Let's say you've just come out of Shadow. Let's say nothing procs, yeah? And you get Shadow. And you've just finished Shadow, and you've got to proc the rest of the 3. And your cooldowns are about to come up. Your cooldowns are literally about to come up. Well, what your two options are: send your cooldowns and guarantee you're not going to get Shadow, or hold your cooldowns and guarantee you're going to get Shadow. And like that toss-up sounds awful. That sounds like a horrible choice to make. Because I feel like you'd be forced to send your cooldowns, right? You're not holding your cooldowns for like forever. I don't know. I don't know. This completely changed my first impressions of Shadowpan. I don't know how I feel about this. Because I liked it. I really liked the minigame aspect of it. I think it adds some extra flavor to Shadowpan. Not Heart Windows. Storm, Earth, and Fire windows. It like really adds some like unique flavor to it, and trying to keep up this uptime on your agility buff and stuff like that. That's really fun. That's really cool. But having to gamble if I get Shadow or not feels atrocious. What PTR days mean when it says Flurry Strikes removed cannot crit? I don't know. That's just Blizzard being weird, because Flurry Strikes could always crit, so I wouldn't worry about that. That was asked like quite a few times last night as well. I guess Blizzard are under the assumption that Flurry Strikes couldn't crit, but I guess they forgot that it can crit, and they also have a talent. Where is it? A talent called Pride of Pandaria, where Flurry Strikes has 15% additional chance to critically strike. So I have no idea what they're talking about there. Flurry Strikes could always crit. They're cooked. They're cooked. It's fine. It's fine. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. They're a small indie company. It's weird because that talent gives you 50% crit. Yeah. I think it's just a mistake. They just put a mistake in there. Because a lot of people were confused by that last night. Because obviously that's when the notes came out, and they were asking like on Peak of Serenity and stuff like, can Flurry Strikes crit now and stuff like that. But Flurry Strikes could always crit. So it's always been a thing that it can crit. I'm pretty sure always, or definitely for season 2 at least. How do you get the new sets? So on the PTR, you can get the new sets for any spec that you want in any of the main cities: Stormwind, Orgrimmar, or Dornogal. Dornogal probably the easiest one, because your character's probably posted up there, aren't they? Let's be real. That's where your character's probably shacked up. And you can get them all. Where does Dornogal? Where is it on the map? Hello, yeah, Dornogal. In the main city. Hello, can I go to? Let me in? Okay. Oh my fucking god! No, I didn't just do that. Oh. Let's try that again. Not Haliful. Oh my god! Let me in the city. Over here. Basically, over here by Lord Walker Show. There are vendors over here, big Taurens that are just class sets. You can also get trinkets and stuff, and weapons and stuff like that. But I decided there's no point really doing that today, because I'm not going to be able to showcase talent builds or trinkets right on a target dummy. Like, what are we doing here? Like, that sort of thing's more for dungeons. And I think dungeons is coming out next Tuesday or something like that. So I'll be doing a lot of PTR streams, kind of like I did in January. Testing out dungeons and stuff, messing around. So I think PTR is really fun. So it allows you to actually theorycraft and be creative. So that's nice, I guess. But up here is where you can guess it. You can get all sorts of trinkets from every dungeon. Nothing from the raid. I'm pretty sure no raid stuff's been released. You can get weapons, offhands, trinkets. Maybe rings? Probably not rings. a few follows that I completely missed. Thanks, Yoggin, Donna, Charlie, Daruf. Completely butchered that one. Sorry. I'm about to butcher the next one as well. Brookbligen Kali. Appreciate it. Nailed it as well. Yeah. Sir Drade. Appreciate it, all of you. Right, okay. I mean, I think honestly, I think that's probably yeah, I think that's gonna be it on the like looking at the PTR today. Basically, there's not like dungeons or anything like that. I just wanted to test like class things. I think as new builds come out and stuff, I might like do a little like half an hour or so on the PTR when I do other streams and stuff. But I think we're gonna go back to regular WoW. I'll probably like make a condensed little video out of this with some like thoughts on the set pieces. I mean, my opinion at the start of the stream has drastically changed from to the end. I think Conduit's really, really fun. Like, genuinely, Conduit is really fun. High uptime, no resource issues, and you're always sending out cooldowns. But is it too much? It might be too much for some people. I could see myself getting lost in, like, you know, like, genuinely, I think, like, there's a lot you have to process. It's extremely fast-paced. More fast-paced than I think any Windwalker spec has ever been, ever. Like, there's constantly things you have to think about, setting things up. I think once you get the gist of it, it'll be really fun. But oh my god, it is mind-boggling to start off with. It might put people off Conduit. Shadowpan's definitely still the nicer one to play, like, fundamentals, learning the spec, getting familiar. But it's still, now it's got this new addition where you do need to really set up your Storm, Earth, and Fires and stuff. But it's also got this thing that I absolutely hate. I hate that you're so reliant on Shadow proc. If you do not get it, you are in the bin. GG. Go next dungeon. Alt F4. Except you can't Alt F4 anymore because then you get a lever penalty. You're going to have to FF15 in your group. And if they don't FF15, then you're held hostage. Fun. Good dungeon system. Can't wait to be held hostage in my plus 20 Priory. Gonna be sick. Yeah, we're gonna go back to retail now, and I'm gonna lose some minus some M+. So that should be fun. Play some Conduit, mess about. Yeah, I love the PTR. The only downside to the PTR, I think, that just bothers me is the fact that it has 150 FPS for me. Like, so it means that like I like there'll be some things that I like misclick. I can't get in time. That's the only frustrating thing. As well as that'll be like a lot of streams for the raid and stuff. So if you're interested in watching like Windwalker perspective on the new raid tier, I'm pretty sure our guild is doing normal, heroic, and mythic PTR testing this season. And I'll be there for all of those. Hopefully, I guess, maybe. I need to hype up Windwalker, to be honest. I need to tell them that Windwalker's good next tier, so I get in. Just don't tell them about Flurry Strikes. We keep that to ourselves, yeah? Yeah, don't. I'll just message or say, Conduit's broken, dude, and then I'm in. GG. Yeah, so I'm just going to grab a drink. It's just hot again. It's so hot in the UK, and when I say hot in the UK, it's not actually hot. It's just so humid and disgusting that it feels hot. Like, you open a window and I swear it gets hotter. It's just, like, heat doesn't leave the rooms. So I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna grab a drink and just, throw water on my face. And then we'll do some M+. We've got a cheeky 18 that we're going to deplete, and I'm gonna lose my mind. It's gonna be so much fun. Oh my god, I can't wait. Alright, I'll be, like, a few minutes. Yeah, if you have any questions and stuff, like, about any of this, I'll talk through it. Or even on live servers, right? Like, if you have any questions. Because now I've had an actual, like, bit of a test of it and had a feel for it. I'm happy to answer any question you have in regards to it, how I think. And if I can't answer it, I'll say I'm not too sure. But we'll see. Okay, 2 secs. Where do I keep my fucking thing? Ah, there he is. Alright. Hello, I'm back. I'm gonna try something else real quickly with Shadow Perm. I'm gonna try, before I switch off, I'm gonna try... I'm gonna try do back-to-back Storm Earth and Fires. To try and keep this uptime massive. Now you see how this works. See if we can actually manipulate something. And just let me think of the math here. So if you start at 180... You start at 180, you should get 2 at the same time, right? Is that how this works? Let me just theorycraft this. We do that. We do that. So we're at 180. And we're going to let our resources build up again. And then we do that, into that, into that. Right, okay. You can instantly get 3. Okay, this might change things. Hold up. We're cooking. We're cooking. We're cooking. We're cooking. We might have found the fix. Oh, I need to get rid of crit actually. So we can get 3 like instantly. We're on good pace. Come on, proc you bitch. All right. Yeah. So strike, conduit, and slicing, and I will give Heart of the Jade Serpent. Let me just change this image because I'm not actually doing conduit right now. I lied. We're not going straight back to. We're not going straight back. I want to cook something else. If we can instantly get 3, that almost guarantees that we get Shadow instantly. And then if you send like, so there might be a world where you actually send both Storm, Earth, and Fires. You might send both Storm, Earth, and Fires with Zuin. That is genuinely a possibility. Do you play 2 minutes then? Maybe you play 2 minutes. What do you switch out for that? If you play 2 minutes, you can guarantee... Can you guarantee it? If you go Drinking Horn cover, we might even extend it. Hold up. I want to do slight more cooking. I guess Zuin's Battle Gear. Why not? Yeah, ZBG. ZBG. So, Tiger Palm, Dragon Sun Kick, Tiger Palm, Blackout Kick, Tiger Palm, get us to 80, and then I need to build up energy anyway, so I might just like expend some stuff here, and then... So that's 2, we send out the 3rd, still haven't got Shadow, which sucks. Okay, now we get Shadow. Come on, Tiger Palm, please, please, please! Oh, it just drops off. Then we send that out again, so now we're at 20. One more Tiger Palm. Don't cuck me. Yo, fuck my life. Just not quite enough energy for it. For that, yeah, that kind of fixes it a little bit. If you get the triple off, it's just trying to guarantee that we can keep the 20. Okay. I need to get rid of all my things, actually. Actually, no, I can just spec change. Fine. Yeah, so the heart window effects overlap. So it's only the slicing winds one that overlaps. So you can't, like, it's basically the same where you can't overlap the Strike of the Wind Lord and Conduit one. Like that's still, they're basically working on 2 independent Heart of the Jade Serpent windows, I guess, if that makes sense. The Slicing Winds one is on its own, and then the Conduit and the Strike of the Wind Lord are separate, so you overlap with the Slicing Winds one. Alright, we'll switch. I'm not in combat. I'm over here. You cooked, game. You cooked. Wait, no, I can't switch. I need to switch to... I need to be Mistweaver for a sec. Conduit will feel so fast-paced now. Jesus Christ. It does. It feels insanely fast-paced. You're basically almost always in a heart window if you can get the... If you can get, like, the, if you can get the sync of Strike of the Windlord and Slicing Winds, so that, like, when Strike of the Windlord, basically the heart window finishes there, you get Slicing Winds. If you can get those to work like that, you basically constantly have it up, pretty much. Like, there's a couple of seconds in between where you won't have it up, here and there. So you basically just Strike of the Windlord window, Slicing Winds window, Strike of the Windlord window, Slicing Winds window, big cooldowns, and then rinse and repeat, right? Very fun, very cool. We like this. In fact, I actually don't like the fact that Storm, Earth, and Fire lasts so long. Because I think I can try and use Storm, Earth, and Fire to manipulate... If this makes sense, I can use... Because whenever you activate Storm, Earth, and Fire, you guarantee your next ability, like your next auto ability is going to give you a strike. So if you're on like 1 second left, or 2 seconds left, and you know you're not going to get the Tiger Palm off, you could use the Storm, Earth, and Fire to keep the cycle going. So having a shorter Storm, Earth, and Fire actually feels better? Question mark? Alright, let's try this again. So we're just gonna play it slow. This is my weird opener. Don't worry about it too much. So we've got triple right now. And then we got another one. And then one more, please. Yes, just about. And now we can set off with Storm, Earth, and Fire to get another one going. Wait, what? Oh, I wasn't quite at 10 stacks. Right, okay, so that one needs to be taken into consideration. That makes sense, though. Oh, if we managed to we went at 10 stacks, so it didn't send. But yes, there is an actual way to get this sent out, and then Flurry Strikes is doing insane damage. But I think you have to play it with the double Storm, Earth, and Fire. So obviously the big issue is that I was talking about is basically the fact that if you end up getting Shadow later on in your initial Storm, Earth, and Fire window, it feels bad. But if you're able to get Shadow, even if you get Shadow last, and then you can carry it on with another Storm, Earth, and Fire, that doesn't feel too bad then. Then you suddenly do start getting carried again. But if you hit the jackpot, and you get Shadow on your first set, and then carry it on with another Storm, Earth, and Fire, you're going to do an insane amount of damage. So I still think there's going to be a disparity based on when you get the Shadow proc, but I think you can negate it a bit. I am not in combat. You telling me I'm in combat with this? I'm 10 billion miles away. Piss off. You're cooked. You're cooked, game. Let us pray most fights are Lust on pull in the new raid. Yeah, Lust on PI would go so hard. Windwalker PI target again? Question mark. Question mark. Windwalker PI target. That would it would go insanely hard if we are the PI target. Just the name of the game is literally keeping this at 20 stacks. Because you're keeping this at 20 stacks, it means you're expending Flurry Strikes, right? Like this is it. This little fist here always has to be at 20 during your big window. That's all that really matters, honestly. I might even... So I need to spend a bit more... Where is it? Let me move you over here, because I actually need to be looking at these at the same time. If they're on the other side of the screen to each other, that's kind of bad. Yeah, they're a little bit off-center. Sorry. I'm bad at these things. Like, my buffs, I don't really care. Like, I do care, but in my window anyway, I'm guaranteed to get all 4. Eventually, that's the entire point, right? But I need to know if I'm going to discharge. Alright, run it back. Alright, then we do this, into that, into 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 this. Oh, how was it that? You are joking it was that far behind. Alright, we're back at 20. So we dropped off once. We can get one more. One more, please. Fuck you. I need more haste. I need more haste in my life. Yeah, Flurry Strikes is absolutely carrying. It's kind of cool. But I definitely, yeah. Double Storm Earth and Fire seems like a no-brainer. But you can see it dropped off there. Like, it dropped to 10. And, like, 10's not bad, but the difference between 10% and 20% extra agility is quite a lot when you think about it. One more time. One more time for old time's sake. Because I want to get this right. Maybe I need to wait for more energy. Ah. Oh, okay, yes. I'm in combat. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm stood right next to the target. Got me. That can't be the goal. It can be the goal. I need to get it down. Because I want to get it right and then play into the next window and see if I can get that right as well. Because I want to see what the sort of prep you need is for it. So I think 180. You have to start your thing at 180. So you start at 180. And then you Storm Earth and Fire, expend those 10 stacks with Strike of the Windlord, that's 1. Then you Tiger Palm. Then you should essentially put yourself at 240. Right? That should expend 2, no? Or does it not work like that? It should work like that. Am I crazy? Am I cooked? Just go to the new target dummies. No, I don't want to go to Dornagal. There's like a billion people in Dornagal. It is horrendous there. I tried to go to Valdrakken, because I thought maybe there'd be a few target dummies there. Just as bad. There's like a million people there. It's more for the input sort of thing, because I'm already playing at 150 ping, right? The more people in the area, the worse it gets for me. I was about to call my girlfriend, but now I'm watching PTR testing. I don't know if I can condone that, Ram. I appreciate you watching, but maybe call your girlfriend. All right, once again, so okay, double Tiger Palm. Didn't even mean to do that, but sure. So I'm gonna get to 180, and then here's when I want to build up energy. I need energy before I expend. So we got energy, and now we send. We're at full. So we got 2 instantly sent. We're at 60 now. We send another one. And we should be able to get another one because of how I did that. And I think it drops off now. I think there's... No, it doesn't. I managed to... Huh? Oh, Storm Earth and Fire just dropped at the last second. You bitch. Haha, the input lag. So Storm Earth and Fire was my downfall on that one. So we almost managed to keep it 20 for both durations. We did proc Shadow a little bit late. Yeah, and even then, right, proc Shadow later on, so we lose a lot of damage. I get that you can proc all of these in the first 20 seconds of combat, but there is still a big difference between procking it first and procking it last, right? No? I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill. Hey, thanks for your galley breakdown yesterday. My guild and I were able to get CE last night on our last pull of the night. Hey, Eham. Congrats, my dude. I'm glad you got galley down. I'm glad you got galley down. How was P2? Like, P2 is like... I actually like P2. It's like so reactive. I feel like you can kind of go in with a game plan for offensives, but everything else, like positioning to an extent, defensives, is all just like... You just got a game. You just got to play the game, you know? I think it's good. It's a really good fight. Definitely easier than Muggsy though. Like once you get past Muggsy, you're going to down Gallywix. Like that. Muggsy was the true end boss. Still is the true end boss. Yeah, honestly, grats. Did you get the mount? Eh? We get the mount? We winning? We literally went from 53% as our best pull to 9%, and a couple of pulls later he went down. Crazy prog. P2's a joke. Yeah, a lot of guilds did that. Like you get into P2, and then the entire P2 is literally just the same thing on repeat, right? So you're able to make such fat percentage jumps. And it's actually not even that daunting. Like, once you take it down from, like, as you said, 53 to 9%, you just think to yourself, this boss is literally dead any pull now. It's really good fight. Let's maybe increase our haste a little bit. That also probably doesn't help. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to put on Mr. Lockenstalk. Don't at me. I am going to do it. Raise your signet to the light, increasing your high secondary stat by 7367. It's a shame because haste isn't my second highest. I would prefer to get more haste, honestly. That's not going to work. I have to use House of Cards here. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Alright, run it back. We want to get to a good point here on energy. And now we send. Am I too late here? No, I'm fucking ghosted. And then we Storm Earth and Fire to keep the pool rolling. And we send the ball again. Come on, one more. Don't fuck me. You fucked me. I fucked myself. I should have held at some point there. But yeah, did damage again. And then I'm just gonna keep playing this one. I'm gonna keep playing this one. So I'm playing like 2 minutes soon here. So I want to try like see how it goes once you finally get back to your next basically your next 2 minutes. So just play the fight as is. So you build up one Storm Earth and Fire, and we basically got to essentially cut down 30 seconds. Bit of an ask, but we'll do it. Are we going to do it? We probably aren't going to do it, I'll be honest. Help! I have no resources. And I really don't want to send the Storm Earth and Fire. I feel like you might have to just always double stack Storm Earth and Fire. Ooh, that was a bit nice little burst. Alright, we'll send this again. And then we'll basically have all our cooldowns at the same time, more or less. So now we need to think about the setup. We want to be at 180 for the thing, so we're going to send that there. So we're at 60. Alright, we're at 60. We're at 120. We want to be at 180 for the send, but we need a little bit more resources here. And then I could probably do it like this. See, I don't even know if you have you're allowed to Fist of Fury during it. Surely, right? And then we wait, because I'm at 60 here, so I don't instantly Tiger Palm. And now I Tiger Palm to allow it to keep going. Right, so there's going to have to be some discipline. There's going to have to be some... there's going to have to be some Tiger Palm discipline. But right there, we were able to basically keep it at 20 for both things. So it's knowing, I guess, and wanting to send out Flurry Strikes, but at the same time making sure that you don't send them out too fast after the Storm Earth and Fire thing, if that makes sense. Otherwise, you don't have enough time to build back energy. Fist of Fury, more damage than Flurry Strikes for a change. Interesting. It's good, though. But I still think there's a big... like, I'll die on the hill. I do think there's a big disparity depending on when you proc Shadow. Like, put it this way, right? Okay. We got the notepad out. No, even better. Hold up. Okay. So let's say... Let me draw myself. This is me. This is my Windwalker. Okay. I'm shooting out Flurry Strikes. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. So, Flurry Strikes are being shot out. We proc Shadow on the first one. Alright, Shadow on the first one. And that's really good. So, Shadow. I am left-handed, by the way. This is really hard. So we send out Shadow on the first one. And essentially, you're able to get about, like, I want to say like 8 shadow strike. You're able to get like 8 flurry strikes out in your. Well, you initially send one, right? You get one with Storm, Earth, and Fire. You get another one. You get another one after that, and then Storm, Earth, and Fire again, and then another one, and then another one. Let's call it 8. Let's say you get 8, right? So if you send out Shadow, and you're going to get 8 in total. All 8 of those are Shadow. Yes, all 8 Shadow. Wow, that's a lot of Shadow. Wow, we really like that. Equal, big. Damn. Okay. Okay. However, let's say we send it out and we get oh, sorry, I need to send one shadow first. First is important. However, let's say we send out a shadow, but we only get shadow 4th. Ew, shadow 4th? I mean, it's not bad because we're sending out another Storm, Earth, and Fire. However, you get 8 total. Well, you're only going to get 4. You only get 4 shadow. And, like, it's still good. Oh, shit, I can't type. Either way, bad damn. This is the point I'm getting to. So you screenshot this, guys, and you post this. You make this your background or something. So you need to be aware of this. Like, there is a big difference. Like, maybe you can't read it. That's fine. I can read it. I can understand it. I get the concept of you're always going to get shadow out, right? In your, like, initial, like, cycle. That's fine in, like, your initial set. But its ordering is still important. Like, its ordering is insanely important. Because if you get it for, like, all 8 of these, every single one of these is going to do insane damage to all the ads. However, only 4 of them are for the other ones. If you're doing a massive pull, you get what I mean? Like, you're doing half the damage that you could do with flurry strikes. Like, technically, like, not exactly, but you get the, like, argument I'm trying to make here. Where, like, I don't think it's, like, as awful as I made it out to be initially, because obviously, I didn't think about the double Storm, Earth, and Fire thing, and that's fine. That's me being dumb. But I still think, like, the ordering of when you get Shadow is so crucial. That makes sense. Are we making sense here? Obviously, this is completely separate to AAO. Like, this always needs to be 20, right? That's super important. But I do genuinely think, like, having Shadow, like previously, Shadow wasn't too bad, because if you proc Shadow in Season 2, right, then you maybe get 1 or 2 Flurry Strikes out afterwards, but that would be at any point. Like, you didn't have things like manipulating it and stuff like that. But now the fact that you're always guaranteed to get... I'm using 8 as a number here. It might be more, it might be a little bit less inside your 2 windows. You're guaranteed to always get 8 if you play it right with Tiger Palm Weaving. There's a big difference between getting 8 of those or 7 of those as Shadow and getting 4 of those as Shadow procs. You know what I mean? Like, there's a big difference. So look. Where does all the damage come from? Use Shadow. And sure, like, the other things give you increased mastery and stuff, and they do make they have their benefits and they make other things do damage. But I'm just talking about raw flurry strikes damage here. Does a free CJW? What does CJW mean? Crackling Jade Wind? Crackling Jade. Am I cooked? What does CJW mean? This reminds me of my kindergarten drawings. No, this is art. These are... Oh, I see. I get it. It's because I didn't... Like, okay, sorry. They're purple now. So this way, now they're shadow, yeah? Woo, we got shadow ones. And I guess I didn't, like... Sorry, I need to... Now it looks like a monk, right? Because it has baubles on it. Oh, and it needs its, like, special little hat. There we go. Now it's a Windwalker monk. How broken is Windwalker next tier? Mega broken or just regular broken? I don't know. It's too early to tell to answer questions like that. I'll be 1,000,000% honest on, like, how broken is something. I mean, look at this. What's this guy doing? He's sending out his, like, bloody arsenal of fucking, like, what is this? Huh? Shadow Priest good? Like, what? Why is this guy sending out, like, 5,000 illusions? But it's the same thing as when I was on the PTR cycle last year. I don't have an answer for you on what, like, I'm not a tier list creator. I'm not here to hype up my spec and tell you that it's going to be god tier. Because it's just too early to know. And until, like, the actual until 11.2 actually releases, they could literally change anything, right? So 1 week, maybe actually Windwalker is really good comparatively to other specs, and I could make a video and go, Windwalker's fucking busted, boys! Get in here, everybody, start spinning crane kick. And then everybody rerolls Windwalker, and then they nerf it on the patch day, and everyone's like, what the fuck, you lied to me with Windwalker POV. Ree! You know, I cannot answer that. I can only tell you, like, the positives and the downs, like, the positives and the negatives of it so far. I'm going through a negative right now. But there are positives. I like both styles of gameplay for Conduit. Conduit's so much more engaging. Maybe too engaging. Like, I'll showcase Conduit one more time in a sec, just to show you like how fast-paced it actually is. But being fast-paced doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to do more damage, right? I mean, think about things like Outlaw Rogue, for instance, right? Outlaw Rogue, one of the fastest-paced specs in the game, and it's not even close, and sometimes they do dog damage. Sometimes they fucking suck, dude. Like, sometimes they are atrocious. Sometimes they're good, but the amount of buttons they press doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to do insane damage. So fast-paced doesn't necessarily mean more damage. It actually just means more complex, harder to play, to be honest. Alright, one more time for old time's sake. We're going to get this right. Alright, Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, Tiger Palm, into Fist of Fury, into Will and Dragon Punch, Spinning Crane Kick, Tiger Palm, Send. Spinning Crane Kick, Tiger Palm, Send. So we get the 20 stacks rolling. Send again. No, my stacks! Help! Nope, fine. Salvaged it. Alright, the next one we're going to send out is going to be a Storm, Earth, and Fire one. Just on... Nah, fuck off. That was on time. You're lying to me. Alright, we were a split second out. I'm going to put that down to input lag. Trust me, bro. We're on 20 again. And oh, look, I guarantee my Shadow procs really early here because my damage is absolutely ludicrous right now. And then, once you're outside of this, it's just straight up standard... it's just standard Shadow Pan. Like, this is what everyone will be super familiar with. Pretty laid back, pretty chill. Like, there's not much to it. But what you gotta be thinking about is in the next minute what you're gonna be doing, basically. Once it gets to about 20 seconds on Zuin, that's when I'll like start thinking about my next setup. But other than that, a lot more emphasis on weaving. Like, you still want to be getting these cycles out. But I don't see the core gameplay of Shadowpan changing much here. Like, I'm doing the exact same thing. I think it's probably still right to a degree. to a degree. But now we're on 40 seconds on Zuin, and basically the idea is that I'm going to want to do the exact same thing again. So I want double Storm, Earth, and Fire for this. The timers aren't quite aligned just yet, but I know they will be because of Spiritual Focus and the other hero talent that allows the cooldown of Storm, Earth, and Fire to be reduced. We like that. We like that a lot. So we're on 20 seconds now, and I'm thinking to myself, I need to get to 180. It's a little bit too early to be at 180, so I'm going to send this Flurry Strike here. And we're going to build ourselves back up to 180 in time. As well as this, we're at the end of a Shadow cycle. Kind of good, kind of bad, kind of okay. So we're at 180 now. So we're now going to let the energy build back up. And now we send. So we're instantly at 20 stacks. And now the aim of the game is to Tiger Palm and keep ourselves at 20. So we know one more Tiger Palm here should do it. So I'm actually not going to send it just yet. Delay it for a sec. Send a Tiger Palm real quickly. Fist of Fury should go up fast, so I should be able to get one more send. Fuck you, didn't work. And that, okay, that's something you need to be careful of. If your Storm, Earth, and Fire drops off, 120 is no longer the limit, right? And that's something I didn't consider just then. Or I didn't, like, not that I didn't consider, I just didn't think about hard enough. So then, in that instance, I should have Storm, Earth, and Fired to let that be my next prop. But rather good uptime, to be honest. But then, once again, like, now Flurry Strikes is above Fist of Fury. So you can see where all the damage is coming from. And these Flurry Strikes are all coming in your big damage windows. So, I mean, I've just been practicing here on Shadowpan for like an hour, and I'm getting much better at guessing the uptime on this fist on AAO up, which is against all odds, keeping the uptime for both sets. But it will definitely take practice. And I think the difference between not doing it and doing it is going to be big, because we're talking a difference of about 10% increased agility main stats. That's a lot of main stat, especially as we get more item level, right? suddenly 10% becomes bigger, right? 10% of 10 is 1. 10% of 100 is 10. Quick math. The more agility you have, the more important a 20% buff is. Yes? Yes. Math. All right. So, yeah, that's kind of Shadowpan. Those initial testing. I'll do Conduit one more time. We'll do Conduit one more time for old time's sake. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in combat. I didn't realize I was still hitting these dummies. Oh, wait. No, I'm not, because I'm nowhere fucking near them, but Morales is cooked. Okay, fine. Is that the new tier set effect? Yeah, what I'm looking at now is new tier set and stuff. Do I have to choose WoW 1 if I play on WoW 1 on live? No, you should have like, you basically, I think you have to actually go to battle.net.com, the actual like website where your account is and stuff, and you actually have to turn on PTR. So like you can see I have live, and then I have classics, and then I have PTRs here. Like I have PTR options that I can choose from. But I'm pretty sure you have to actually opt in to be part of the PTR. I don't think you have to like do anything other than turn it on. It's just one of the options there, from what I remember. But it's not default that you'll get PTR. I'm pretty sure you have to actually select that you want it as one of your options. And then once you load into the PTR, you can just copy your characters across from live servers. It's really easy to just copy your character across. So you don't have to start from scratch, basically. So this is literally my character from live, right? That's why it's got all the gear. I wish Fire and Earth Spirit didn't show separately on details. It should just do Storm, Earth, and Fire damage. I think you can do that. I think like there's some settings that you can do with pets, but I kind of like that they show separately. I mean, I'm just used to it now. But I'm pretty sure there is a setting that you can do. Couldn't tell you what it is, but there is. Maybe. Maybe question mark. Put Windwalker busted in title. Come on, you have to clickbait. No, I hate clickbait. Clickbait's so cringe. Oh, click my video. Have I tried the new dungeons yet, or just been testing tiers? Just tiers. The dungeons aren't out yet. It is literally all they have on the PTR right now are the tier sets. So I've just been looking at tier sets, getting an idea of how to play them. Next week, the dungeons come out. It's going to be Echo Chamber, fucking, what's it called? I don't even know. Echo Chamber My Life is a movie. I don't know. Something like that. The new dungeon's basically going to be the first one. And we'll play a lot of that. Playing Shadowpan, playing Conduit. So that'll be fun. And then every week after that, there will be different dungeon rotations. So the first week's always the one new dungeon. And then you actually start getting a variety of dungeons. 1 week I won't be here, because I'm going away. Bye-bye. But for pretty much every other week of the PTR, I'm here. And I'll be here for all the raid testing as well. Raid testing is also next week. Fun fact. That'll be fun. Raid testing should be good, seeing the bosses. Because last tier we only did Mythic. I'm pretty sure this tier we're going to do Normal and Heroic. Or at least Heroic we're going to do. So we get to see all the bosses and stuff like that. And I'll be able to like make some, I guess, like pre-tier thoughts on how to play a fight as a Windwalker, which I wasn't able to do last tier because I only saw the Mythic fights and it was a bit like tough to do. But Heroic and stuff, I might be able to like give some thoughts on like what I think how you play the fight and stuff like that to give you a head start. We love head starts. All right, you ready to see some Convict go nuts? Yeah, same. We'll do one more like little look at Conduit AoE and how the Heart of the Jade Serpent works. Constant uptime, and then we'll go back to live servers for a little bit, because I think that'll be about as much PTR testing as I can milk in one stream. Like, let's be real, there's only so much I can hit a target dummy for that is engaging. Keep your eye on the Heart of the Jade Serpent window. This is ideally going to be up all the time. That's the main goal of this, is to have as much uptime as humanly possible. And it's not that hard to do. So you're basically constantly going to be in this window of heightened CDR. It's going to go crazy, dude. Because I'll change the image as well. I know not everybody, or some people might have just tuned in. for what the conduit set does. There we are. So if you don't know what the conduit set changes are, the force set, don't worry too much about that. Like the force set is just passive haste, which is good. It allows us to have more resources, which allows it so that we're not on resource droughts. The biggest concern I had, and some people had, was that there was going to be a lot of resource drought because you're constantly in CDR sending chi abilities and shit. It's not that bad. Honestly, at no point have I ever felt that I don't have enough energy or chi to send in my initial testing. So that's good. We like that. Because that would have been a big issue, right? Imagine having massive cooldown reduction for 80% of a fight, but you can't send any abilities out in it because you have no resources to do so. That would suck. Not the case. Also, thank you for following Gant Boy. R6 Brunny. Appreciate it. Alright, so Conduit doesn't actually play that much different. The big difference... I'll go through it as we go through it. I guess, yeah, the big difference is Slicing Winds now gives you an 8-second heart window. This heart window is separate to the Strike of the Windlord and the Conduit heart window. Two different things, so they can overlap. Slicing Winds heart window can overlap with Conduit. It can overlap with Strike of the Windlord. How does the overlap work? The overlap works in the sense that it doesn't change, like the time doesn't stack together, like the window time length doesn't stack. What stacks is the cooldown reduction. So you're going to end up with 0.1 second Fist of Furies, double the cooldown reduction on Fist of Fury, Strike of the Windlord, Rising Sun Kick, shit like that. Slicing Winds. Basically, these abilities all feed off of each other to cool down each other, so the abilities that you use to give yourself cooldown reduction give themselves cooldown reduction. So you're in an infinite cycle of cooldown reduction and your cooldown reduction. Make sense? Cool. This plays similarly, but not similarly to old Conduit. I'd say Shadowpan actually plays a little bit more different. This is a lot more fast-paced, though. Extremely fast-paced. Alright, let's go. So personally, I think the opener stays the same, I'll be honest. Oh no. Oh, piss off. I'm gonna reset it. So cringe, dude. My slicing... I got the Slicing Winds bug, so it was all scuffed. It was all scuffed. GG. Go again. It's because I've been rechanging specs and stuff, so I basically didn't re-put Slicing Winds, so instead of being a click button that I do like that, instead it just held it down, and it basically scuffed the entire opener, which kind of fucks me in the long term, because it doesn't allow me to properly desync these. Trust me, I wouldn't have quit it if I didn't think it was important to do so. Otherwise, it doesn't properly like work out how you want it to work out. Have I done Shadowpan? Yeah, I've done Shadowpan, Dakota. I've done Shadowpan quite a bit. If you tune back like even 20 minutes, I go through Shadowpan quite a bit there. I did Shadowpan at the start, and I did Shadowpan about 20 minutes ago, so you can always go back with Shadowpan. Wait, you have a slicing macro? No, sorry, I don't mean macro. Wrong. I literally just mean a button. You can't have a Slicing Winds macro. It's not real. Doesn't exist. It breaks the button. Wrong use of words. Sorry. But as you can see here, every time you Slicing Winds, it gives you the Heart of the Jade Serpent's icon. So that's the big change, right? New Heart of the Jade Serpent buff. Pretty cool. We like that. Alright, so honestly, in my opinion, I don't think the opener is going to change much. Because the issue is you don't actually want to delay Slicing Winds. So you do the opener, right? The standard opener. But you actually just stack up the Strike of the Windlord and the Slicing Winds Heart of the Jade Serpent buff to give yourself, like, super cooldown reduction. So I don't know if it's going to go... It can go one of two ways. It will either go Strike of the Windlord, Slicing Winds, Fist of Fury, or you'll just go Strike of the Windlord, Fist of Fury, Slicing Winds. I'm not too sure which way it's going to go. It could go either or, honestly. Because you'll get a super fast Fist of Fury, basically, if you go one way. But, yeah, enough yap. We're happy with Slicing Winds? Yeah. Happy. Alright, go again. I'm going to go for the Slicing Winds into Fist of Fury. So you can see how fast that Fist of Fury went. It finished in 0.1 seconds. GG. Again, 0.1 seconds. And now we're basically continuing the cycle. And this is actually where I start desyncing them. So I start desyncing them now. I don't know if this is correct, but this allows them to no longer be on the same cooldown as each other, which means when one heart window finishes, one of them comes back up. So now we finished the Strike of the Windlord one, so now we get this heart window. And by the time this heart window finishes, we get the Slicing Winds heart window. You kind of get the idea. So you're just constantly getting this path. So by the time this one finishes, and I'm sure there's a much better way to actually sync these up nicer than I have done. Because there's a little bit of downtime here, right, for the Slicing Winds, for the Strike of the Windlord one. The Slicing Winds one isn't too bad. Then we go again. You can see like how little downtime you actually have on a Heart of the Jade Serpent window. And you can see at no point am I not pressing a button, right? Like that was the biggest issue I had. As well as that, I'm sending Strike of the Windlord when Zuin has like 10 seconds, 15 seconds on him. For the sole reason of, you're just going to cool it down again, right? So now it's almost caught back up with Zuin. So actually, timing's completely changed as well for this. Yay. So now we have Zuin up. And so now we send out, and then I just go for like the standard one again. I just go back to basics, basically. But now I'm actually going to double stack these. So I'll double stack it so that I can then get Super Fast Fist of Fury out. So I know by the time this comes off, Strike of the Windlord's back up, right? So we send Strike of the Windlord out. And now Slicing Winds, surprise, it's back up. So now we desync again. And you see how this like kind of gameplay loop works. And I don't even know if I'm like playing it like perfectly at this point. I'm sure there's like a lot of refinement. But you can see like the gameplay loop of it. You are always in a Heart of the Jade Serpent window. You have like the minimal amount of downtime. And the downtime literally just comes from the syncing of these two. I think it's just natural. I think you are naturally not going to be able to always perfectly get it off. It's crazy, right? Like, and at no point do I feel like I have too little energy or too little haste. I don't even think I get a Fist of Fury in every single window. In fact, I know for a fact I don't. It's just not, I don't think it's actually possible. So the way I think it works is you stack them up in the main opener and the 1 minute 30. But outside of that, I think that's when you don't stack them up. And you just keep this constant cycle rolling. Rolling. So once again, we're about to get into our big cooldowns. And I am going to delay them a slight second here, just so I can guarantee I can get that. So it was only a couple second delay, but I think that's alright. And then we conduit, and then we're going to Slicing Winds on top of this. To an extent, I think you almost have too many buttons to press. Sometimes I think brain overload, right? And then once again, now we're outside of the big cycle, so we just go back. We go back to basics, and now we're just weaving in and out. So there's going to be a lot more, like, discipline, I think, on actual making sure you always get the right priority. But I think there's going to be it's going to be so much more easier to make mistakes here, right? So now I just started yapping here, and I didn't press Strike of the Windlord, and by not pressing Strike of the Windlord, I've delayed it. You kind of get the idea of how, like, I think the gameplay loop's going to work on this, and I think there's definitely some challenge that can change. I think maybe things like, I don't even know, dude. Like, at first I thought we weren't going to have enough resources, but now I think we have too many resources, so I just don't even know. I think there'd be quite a bit of talent variety here. But you can see the damage breakdown. It's the exact same as what you'd expect it to be normally. Spinning Crane, Kick Top, Fist of Fury, Spirits, Slicing Winds. Like, none of this changes from live. It's just the damage is much more because, you just don't stop casting abilities. Haste will probably be the worst stat for Conduit. I could see Haste not being as good. Genuinely, I could see Crit and Verse getting better. Because at some points, I agree. I think maybe my haste is already too high. Because you've got to take into account you're getting the extra 15% haste at all times, right? Like, and I don't understate that. Heart of the Jade Serpent increases your haste by 15% while active and for 4 seconds afterwards. Well, we know we have downtime with Heart of the Jade Serpent, but how long does that usually last? Well, it's about 4 seconds, right? In between the time I can cast these two abilities to weave them in. So you're pretty much 15% hasted the entire time, which is basically an Invoker's Delight that you constantly have on yourself. Yeah? like, like, it is insane. It is genuinely insane. So I could easily see things like, I could see haste either staying about the same as it is, and you getting more crit and verse, or haste just dropping even further. There'll be like a break point where you have enough, but I don't think it's going to be very high. I guess the downside to that is that I think that you're going to have very different builds for Shadowpan and Conduit, like gear-wise, like stats. Because I think this season you could get away with running Conduit stats for Shadowpan and it wasn't too punishing. But I think Shadowpan really wants haste. Like, you want to be getting as many flurry strikes out as possible, keeping up the momentum of Tiger Palm. Energy weaving, that sort of thing. So I could see them being two quite distinct builds, or stats needing. Like, cause I've kind of done that a little bit this season, but even then, my only big difference is I switch out a ring, right? I literally just switch out a ring, which is nothing, right? But Conduit's really, really fun. It's really, really fast paced. Like, from a real player perspective, I think the one thing that might be the worst part about it is that I feel you're going to be so hyper-focused on making sure that you keep up time, and you're constantly pressing abilities, that I feel like mechanics might actually, like, you might get course out a lot, because you're focusing so hard on making sure that you're, like, sending out abilities in your cooldown reduction windows, which is always, that you get tunnel vision. I can see tunnel vision being a big issue with Conduit. Because previously, you tunnel visioned a little bit during your heart windows, in Season 2. But those were only, like, every 1 minute 30, and then maybe, like, every 30, 40 seconds after that, and they were very short. Now, you're constantly in a heart window. You're constantly CDR'd. You're constantly having to think, what do I press next? Fist of Fury. Okay, oh, shit. Strike of the Windlord's about to come off cooldown. Need to keep that up. Okay, new window. Go, go, go. Oh, shit. This window's about to end. Slicing Winds is up. Go, go, go. Slicing Winds. Oh my god, my cooldown's coming up. 1 minute 30s. How do we get here? How are we 1 minute 30 into the fight? Ah! You know what I mean? I mean, that's just a sort of, from just like a player perspective, I think. Like just the general player. I can see it getting quite tunnel vision. I think the more you play with it, though, the more chill it will get. But definitely at the start of the tier, if you've never played like this version, or you just get your 4 set, you're going to feel so overwhelmed. But it's really fun. It's kind of like Outlaw. If you've ever played Outlaw and you like that fast-paced nature of it, it feels like that. It feels like you're constantly pressing buttons. Our APM for this build is going to go up dramatically. I think. Like a fair bit anyway. Like, you're just constantly sending out buttons. But talent-wise, I'm not too sure what's going to change, to be honest. I think you can get away with maybe not having things like a Rushing Jade Wind, maybe Thunder Fist, stuff like that. I don't actually know. I don't think you can play Lightning in this build anymore. I think you... Because you think about it this way, right? Your combo strikes gain a stacking 1% chance for your next Fist of Fury to generate 3% critical strike, haste, and mastery, and invoke Zuin, right? And you're constantly sending out Fist of Furies, right? So that's going to be pretty good. So the likelihood of you getting this is going to increase tenfold, like, obviously not tenfold, but a lot. Because obviously it's the stacking chance, just so you have to get lucky to get it. But the more Fist of Furies you're sending out, the more likelihood you get this. You summon another zoo and you get more haste. Bam, you're sending out. Oh, it's crazy. It's gonna go crazy. So yeah, I like these. I'm happy with these tier sets. They're a lot more interesting than your Rising Sun Kick and your Spinning Crane Kick increase the damage of Fists of Fury. Man, like those are just like passive, like so boring. Like what even is Season 2 tier set? And sometimes they'll fall off if you press them. There's a percentage chance. Haha, lol. This is actually engaging. This changes things with how the specs are played. Are they overtuned? It's a bit hard to tell right now without actually doing dungeons and seeing how their damage plays out in an actual dungeon environment. So I'm not going to make a judgment on the tuning of these things just yet. But I could see Conduit getting tweaked, maybe. I don't know. It really depends on how much damage they do in dungeons. I don't even want to like actually make any guesses or anything because who knows? All I've done is hit a target dummy with some random gear on, so I can't really make a sound judgment. We cooking? I think we are cooking. The sets feel like we're not losing anything and gaining effects. It's great. You know, honestly, it does. So I think like with the season 2 sets, it always felt awful when you heard that coin noise. Like you're on a boss, right? And every time I'd hear that coin noise, I'd be like, okay, I'm back to doing no damage again, or like I've lost a big amount of my damage that's gonna come. These look like they just add stuff, and there's no real downside to it, to be honest. It's such early days, right? Things can get changed. Maybe they change certain talents. Maybe, who knows, that have impacts. They maybe tweak some of the hero trees. Probably not, but you know. But it's a good start. It's a really good start, and I'm happy with it. I mean, I'm a very optimistic person when it comes to Windwalker and the changes and stuff like that. Like, I was super happy with everything they did in the PTR last cycle. Always looking for, like, the good in it. Obviously, the shadow thing is the only thing that I probably have a worry about, but I'm probably just playing it wrong, and you can probably end up guessing it more effectively than I'm doing. But it's early days. I've only done it for 2 hours. I'm happy. I like this. I think this is cool, and I think it gives both hero talents a uniqueness. I really like the fact that they've done hero talent changes, or like tier sets rather than generic, because the issue with generic ones is a hero talent's always going to be better. Like, one of the two is always going to be better or get more value out of how it works, right? And I think Conduit ended up getting more value because it sends out the abilities a lot faster. Whereas if you have them tailored for the hero talent, well, I mean, there might still be a disparity between the hero talents, but you can actually tweak. Like, they could, like, let's say the shadow plan isn't actually that strong. Well, they can tweak that one without affecting Conduit. They can actually do tuning to it that isn't going to completely bust your other hero talent. That's cool. Clever. Smart Blizzard. Well done. +1. 8-star. I like that. You did good. You did good. Morning. How's it going? It's going good, Rye. It's going good, my dude. We've just gone through the PTR. I'm probably finished with the PTR. I think I've been on it for like 3 hours now. Like, just session the PTR. It's been good. I'll try to like make a video out of this to condense like my main points and stuff for anyone that missed it and whatnot. Or you can watch the YouTube VOD and stuff as well. There'll be a YouTube VOD. I'll probably make a Twitch VOD as well. I've started doing Twitch VODs. Because apparently they just mute out the copyrighted music or something. Basically, I've got no copyright claims, so I'm fine. So I'm started doing Twitch VODs as well. TLDR, I'm happy with where we're at. Yeah, I like it. Frankly, I never really cared for Season 2 tier. Never tracked it, never noted it that much. It just existed and it needed the prog. I mean, no, I don't think anyone really tracked it. Like, there was no need to. There was, like, potentially, like, the slightest min-max you could have done with it, but it was never, ever worth it in any possible way. Like, I don't mind passive tier sets to an extent, but I don't know, it just felt very generic, right? Like, in Season 1, it's chilling. Because you've got so much to do anyway, with, like, all your new, like, builds and stuff. There's a lot of going on. In Season 2, it always feels like, it felt like, I don't know, it just felt a bit, like, boring. Because at least in Dragonflight Season 2, it was passive, but it changed how you played Windwalker, right? When you had the AoE Rising Sun kick, right? So it actually changed the gameplay somewhat. It was a weird gameplay change, you know? I'm not saying it was good, but it actually had some impact on how you played the game. That Season 2 tier set changed nothing. I don't even know if any specs changed how they played. I don't know. Definitely not Windwalker. Didn't change a single thing. You just did some more damage if you had it. This tier set is not just going to be a damage buff, right? It'll be a damage buff if you can utilize the tier set, which can be daunting, but it is effective, right? It's like an actual has gameplay implications, and your damage buff is only going to be as good as you are at doing it. So you will have to actually get your head around how to do it, which I think is good. It's good. It means it's not a repetitive gameplay cycle. If Heart Window's constant, we might get instant Vivifiers more often with the change. True, you definitely would get a lot more Vivifies. My question would be, when are you ever going to wanting to send a Vivify? Oh my god. I don't have time to send Vivifies, right? I don't have time to send Vivifies. I've got to get my next Heart Window out. I don't have time. Healing myself. Interrupts. CC. I'm sorry, I'm too busy sending Heart Windows. That sounds like another DPS's problem to me. The moment I saw that Conduit, I thought that it's going to be insane to play. Not sure if that's strong, but certainly fun, so I'm happy as well. Yeah, it is going to be really fun to play. I think really fast-paced. I think even if you don't like slicing winds, you're not even using it that much for the damage anymore. It's a weird thing. Like, you obviously are. You are sending it as often as you can for, like, the damage cooldown. But if you don't like slicing winds for what it is, just think of it as this is going to be a damage increase for me. This is helping me with my rotation. And then it, like, stops being, like, it's literally just a way to activate Heart Window. Rather than this is my damage button. There you are. Mentality change. I've just saved Windwalker. You're all blessed. Or something. The Shadow Pan seems more interesting than I initially thought, as I didn't consider the agility buff stacking to 20. Yeah, definitely. I don't know. Like, because it's been a thing for the entire tier, yeah? Like, the entire expansion, they've had this thing stacked to 20, which was never possible. So it makes you think, were they actually planning this from the start? Like, 'cause this has always been 20, right? I'm pretty sure. This was never, ever possible to achieve. You could never send out 20 flurry strikes in 5 seconds. That just was never happening. But it's been there the whole time. But this will either be insanely broken, or okay. I think it's going to be on the insanely broken side. I could see this getting nerfed somewhat. Like, do not underestimate how much 20% additional agility is. Like, I can't think of another another passive effect that gives you 20% main stat. Like, huh? Like what? That's like 2 trinkets. If we were talking 100,000 agility, that's like 2 additional trinkets on main stat, 1.5 trinket on main stat. Like that, what? And obviously it's not for like the entire fight. Most of the time you're at 10, right, when you get flurry strikes off. And it's been a thing for the entire time, right? Like, this was a thing in Season 2 as well. So it's not like... But just the additional 10%, with how you send out so many flurry strikes now, it's going to be good. It's going to be big. Against all odds with the trinket that gives you like 30k main stat, Gigabust. Is there a trinket that gives you big main stat? Oh my god. Oh my god. That'll go huge, actually. If you can get like an active main stat trinket, yeah. So I think there's a good chance that you go back to 2-minute Shadow Pan. I wouldn't be surprised if you go back to 2-minute Shadow Pan. Just because of how the Storm, Earth, and Fire windows work. You want, like, in my opinion, you want to extend... Like, you want to extend this buff for as long as possible. How do you do that? Well, you double up Storm, Earth, and Fire. And that allows you to have, like, a 30-second odd, maybe a bit more. 30-second odd, like, 20 stack of this thing. Don't worry, that just activated to double-check what the timing is. I'm a Windwalker main, don't worry about it. But, yeah, I think they'll do something like that. Like, double Storm, Earth, and Fire, and then by 2 minutes, you should have them back up again. And I think that's probably how you're going to play it. I mean, it's all speculation, right? Like, potentially it could be completely the opposite, where you just send one, and then you send another one midway through, kind of like you do now, and then you send another one with cooldowns, and another one, so, like, you keep weaving them in. But it feels better to double send, get this super long Storm, Earth, and Fire buff window. Basically, it feels like you're playing a 2-minute spec that has really strong 2-minute cooldown burst. If that makes sense. From your first impressions, is Windwalker becoming more AoE again, or still more single target? Interesting question. I think we'll do more AoE damage. I think like, well, naturally, if you do more single target, you do more AoE, right? But I think it's gonna be more catered towards AoE, in the sense that I think Shadow Pan, getting more flurry strikes out, getting shadow flurry strikes out, uncapped damage targets, I think you can really do a huge amount of burst with it. And it's going to be good prior target damage as well, because your flurry strikes, they hit your priority target, right? So your normal flurry strikes are still going to nuke down this thing that you want to nuke down. Windwalker might actually be decent at prior target damage with Shadow Pan. Maybe, potentially, maybe the exact same. But I think AoE is going to be much better in these burst windows. Outside of the burst windows with Shadow Pan, I think your AoE is going to be pretty mid still. But a lot of the time these days, at high-end content, packs tend to last the amount of times you have your cooldowns, and you pull like trash around cooldowns, right? So if you're really strong at doing a lot of damage in your cooldowns, then you're feeling pretty good about yourself. The only issue is if it goes 2 minutes, that's awkward because a lot of the good specs at the moment. I mean, everything's changing, right? But if we go off of this season, the meta specs are 1 minute 30-ish, right? So 2 minutes doesn't quite fit into that. But I think we're getting a little bit of ahead of ourselves. I don't know if it's going to be better for... I don't know. I feel like Conduit's still going to be better for single target. Like, don't get me wrong. Shadow, like, Flurry Strikes is still good in single target, but... I don't know. The cooldown on Conduit, just allowing yourself to constantly send out Fist of Furies and stuff. Does that top Shadow damage? I don't know. Might do. It could do. A lot of testing to be had, a lot of dungeons to be run. Yeah, should be good. It's my favorite Windwalker. Hey, thank you. I really want to see Rising Sun Kick do some big damage in single target. Rising Sun Kick is still pretty dead? Question mark? Yeah, Rising Sun Kick ain't gonna really do much, to be honest. It's still like basically all Rising Sun Kick is, especially for Conduit, it's just a glorified Whirling Dragon Punch procer. I guess to some extent in the Shadow Pan, it actually serves a purpose, and if you're playing Zorn's Battle Gear, it does reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury, but it's never going to be the heavy hitter that it was. Like, even if you Rising Sun Kick a ton in single target, it still doesn't do that much, right? Like, you're still getting slapped by... I'm pretty sure Blackout Kick even beats Rising Sun Kick, right? It's just not what it was. What's the chance a third tier has cantrip weapons off the last 2 bosses? I don't know. Probably highly likely, right? They allow putting a lot of things on the last bosses. There'll probably be like a special item. It won't be a cape, because we get the special cape, right? It's probably going to be a ring, right? They did ring for tier 1. They did ring for tier 2. There'll be a special ring for tier 3, right? It'll be like, what's his name? Damasus? Dormammu? Yeah, probably like Dormammu's fucking ring. I don't know. His name's not Dormammu, but we're probably still going to be two-hander though. I'd be extremely surprised if we go one-hander. Would I? Maybe. I don't know. I still think we're probably two-hander just from stat scaling. But if there are good one-handers, I could see them being used to an extent. Because dual threat might be decent. Just increasing your damage might actually come up in clutch. Because you got to remember, like, things like Transfer the Power, for instance, are good talents. But this was extremely exemplified. Well, not extremely, but this was a lot stronger because of the from the last tier set, right? The tier set that worked with Rising Sun Kick, Spinning Crane Kick, and Fist of Fury. Like Fist of Fury was so much damage in last tier, because that's where a lot of the damage came from because of the tier set. So maybe this isn't as strong, and you could maybe go something like Dual Threat. I can still see Transfer the Power being taken, but in Season 1, this was actually dropped at one point. I remember you actually dropped Transfer the Power. Initially, when this tier came out, you didn't run this. It wasn't until they gutted Darting Hurricane that you started running Transfer the Power again. So I could see some slight variations with talents. Zuan's Bond. Yeah, I don't know if you go 130 for Shadow Pan. I don't see it. I think it makes it too awkward. Yeah. I think you extend the cooldown of Storm, Earth, and Fire with Drinking Horn cover. Do you? Do you? I don't know. Last boss looks awesome. I want the new mount. His name is Void Lord Dementius. Dementius, yes. He is massive. I really don't know how that encounter is going to go. Like, I think on paper that sounds really, really cool, yeah? Raid boss bigger than Stormwind. But, like, what happens when my entire raid POV is just staring at his, like, body, and all I see is a purple body, and they're like, what am I doing? Like, I'd love to see how that fight plays out, but I don't know how practical it would be, but it looks really cool. I could see it being amazing or being, like, horrendous. Because surely if this boss is massive, his boss room's going to be massive as well, right? Well, what if you have to transverse this room? Not much of an issue for me. I'm a Windwalker. I can traverse fucking anything. Shadow Priests in shambles. Yeah, rest in peace, bozos. Staring at his toenails. Yeah, something like that. Thank you for following Ranok, Wazine, and Scales XT, something like that. Nailed it. What did I want to... I do want to still look at some stuff. We're not done. We're not done here. Oh, I see what I've done here. Yeah, I mean... I don't know if you can still run Last Empress capacity, you know? I think it's going to be interesting. I feel like you have to a degree. Surely you have to, right? Because it's such a big damaging ability. But, he says... Do you? Because getting the value off of this with a 20 stack agility is going to go insane. That'll be nutty as. And this is like one of Shadowpan's strongest abilities, right? So I have been playing this without it. I feel like Strike of the Windlord is really valuable though. Like being able to set yourself up with the Gale Force and getting the Gale Force value of Flurry Strike seems insane as well. What if there's a world where you drop Battle Gear and you transfer the power? Is this a world that I see myself living in? Or even better than that, we keep transferring, we drop something up here. Something not as useful. Oh, can I drop Combat Wisdom? This thing sucks. Unfortunately not. Maybe you drop Brawler's Intensity. Ah, can you drop Brawler's Intensity? Probably not, right? That's pretty crazy. But I'm a crazy dude. See, I was thinking about Communion with the Wind as a drop, because 40-second strike, it doesn't sound too bad, but it doesn't line up with 2 minutes. I mean, it does, but you'd have to hold. But actually, is that a bad thing? Is holding a bad thing? Because we used to hold. We used to hold with... we used to not take this. Maybe we go back to the days of not taking this. Why are we using Strike of the Windlord? The Gale Force. If I have to hold 40... 1 minute 20... Do I hold it for 40 seconds? Wait. Is my math good? 40 seconds plus 40 seconds equals 1 minute. Wait, no, you can press this 3 times, right? For 2 minutes? Am I stupid? Wait. 40 seconds plus 40 seconds equals 1 minute 20. Plus... Wait, what am I talking about? Of course you can press this 3 times. Holy shit, I'm so cooked. Yeah, alright, we'll run it like this. Yeah, I'm math. Yeah, I'm a bit of a mathematician myself. Did I get my math right? Am I right in this? 40 plus 40 plus 40 equals 2 minutes. 4, 8, 12. Yes. Can I try 2 minute Shadow Pan? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm no longer... I'm actually not... I don't think you're going to play this as 1 minute 30. I'm willing to be surprised, but I actually don't think you play it as 1 minute 30. I think you go back to 2 minute Shadow Pan here. With a double Storm, Earth and Fire with every Zuan. I could really see that being the way. Mr. Lockenstock, you're a bit of a meme trinket, and you're not upgraded. Is that okay? Yeah, it is. Actually, nah, we're gonna go back to crit. I'll be fine. It's gonna be like Deathwing, start on his toes and climb up his head or something. I don't think they'll go that route because of how bad Spine of Deathwing went. Like, that was such a like poorly received boss fight. Like, they'd have to do something really special to make it work. Otherwise, players would be like, "This is doggy dumpster." Because I never played that. I mean, I played it obviously in the past, but I didn't play it at the time. But I always heard that was like one of the least enjoyed boss fights ever made. And I know I feel it because I've run it back sometimes for transmogs, and it sucked. Still sucks to this day. Why no slicing wins here? I just don't think... I just don't think it's necessary. I'll be honest. I mean, I'm willing to try loads of different things. That's what the PTR is for, theory crafting. So I can definitely try it. I wanted to try a build right now with lightning. Like, the alternative to the lightning would be to drop these and then just go that and go slicing winds, right? Which is definitely an alternative take. But obviously, when you're playing Shadowpan, lightning is your better option, just because of the buffs that came to, like, efficient training and stuff. Like lightning almost seems like a staple thing to run on Shadowpan at the moment. However, with that said, I haven't been running lightning for the majority of my Shadowpan testing because I didn't think it was doable. But like, in the back of my head, I just think to myself, can you actually drop lightning? Is that even legal? So I can try some lightning, but I will actually try some slicing winds as well. See what it's like. Why not both? See, I'm very skeptical about both, because I think losing down the middle here might just be too much for Shadowpan. Like, losing the additional haste that you can get from summoning Zuin, especially in a haste-centric hero talent, as well as losing, like, the damage of Fist of Fury. I think only Conduit can get away with this. Like, even in Season 2, I don't think you could ever run the Shadowpan build. You just lose so much down the middle. Alright, let's give it a go. Let's give her a go. Give her a go. Reset the damage. How do I do this? We need to get to 180. So 180 is the key number. We instantly proc. Why? Why did I instantly proc? Oh, the setup of this is so bad because I have to... Actually, what am I doing? Alright. I can't instantly proc because it messes up the entire thing. Like, there has to be, like... I said it a lot, but there's a lot of, there's going to be a lot of, like, setup that you have to do to get the flurry strikes perfectly, to get the full damage from Shadowpan. So, doing something like that, where I instantly send a flurry strikes, you have lost so much damage in your dungeon. Like, you need to be at 20 stacks, so that, like, that delays everything. I fucked myself, essentially. Alright, we're good. We're at 0. Nice. Go again. Alright. So we want to get to 180, but then we also want to be good energy as well. So we'll send out a Tiger Palm here. Stand to the Chi-Ji. And then we're pretty much good. Oh, I was a little bit greedy there. I could have sent out a Fist of Fury. I was just concerned it wouldn't work. And then we need to get that out. How does that not work? Oh, weird game sometimes. Can we get one more Tiger Palm, please? Ah, not quite. So a little bit of a scuffed opener. That's fine. We'll just keep going, because I want to see how lightning works with this. So I think when it comes to lightning, we kind of want it to... We kind of want to get all of the buffs. We want Gale Force, we want 10 stacks, and then we want to send it like that. So then Crackling Jade Lightning actually does some damage. But then for the next one, at the 2 minutes, we're going to try and get the 20% buff on it and use it as like a... I guess an in-between ability for Tiger Palm. So basically, Shadowpan outside of your cooldowns is the exact same. Unless the gameplay is going to be very different on live when we get there, and new things are discovered, it feels the exact same way as how you play this. Still get downtime. Nice. Love it. But all that matters is your little burst window. Alright, so we sent out the strike, so we're a little bit delayed, but that's fine. So we'll need to set up anyway. And now it sounds crazy, but I might just hold my lightning for 20 seconds. Is that crazy? Yeah, it sounds a bit crazy, doesn't it? Can I guess away? Oh, I don't think I can. No, I literally can't. Alright, we're going to have to play this one a little bit differently. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this at all. Come on, send it out. I mean, lightning in between that one. Oh, we don't quite get it. We just don't have enough energy for it. This is gonna get... Oh, this is gonna get, like... This is gonna feel so bad when you get it wrong in a dungeon, though. It's gonna feel so good when you get it right, but, like, I'm gonna have to spend so much time on a target dummy trying to get this down to, like, a T. Because there's gonna be, like, so many different situations for it. Especially when you're in, like, think about downtime, right? Like, target dummies, so the conditions are, like, so static. In a dungeon, I don't get this. Yeah, lightning damage isn't too bad. Flurry strikes is about where I expect it to be at the top. I mean, like, we're doing about 6.2 million damage on 4 dummies. It's hard to judge damage right now, I'll be honest. I wish there were, like, an 8 target dummy somewhere. Why haven't they done that? That'd be such a great way to, like, showcase how much damage you can actually do with Flurry Strike. The shadow ones would hit everything. If only. So I think I can't get away with holding lightning here at 20. So I'm going to send it at 19. And I'm going to try build it back up to... I'm going to essentially try build it back up to 20. I've completely cocked up everything here. So we're more just going to see if I can actually try get a lightning in by sending a lightning midway through. That's what I'm looking at right now. It's like a filler ability that benefits from the 20 stacks. So we're already back at 10. Alright, so we just popped. We're in a really horrible spot, actually. Alright, so we're at 20 now. Oh, we're fucked, aren't we? Yeah, we're fucked. GG! But you can build up 20 during this window, actually, so it's worth sending. Alright. TLDR, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. But the damage is still not too bad, even when it all goes wrong. But we want it to go right. Oh, Shadow Flurry Strikes. You do so much damage now. It's actually absurd. Do I think the lack of any changes in the development notes for Windwalker is going to change? So many reworks and buffs, and then you have Windwalker with nothing but a class bonus? Yeah, I reckon. Dornagal is at least 6. Alright, we'll go Dornagal. The reason I was trying to avoid Dornagal is because there's so many players there, and it lags the fuck out. But I'll suck it up. Yeah, to answer your question, I think it's entirely possible. Like, there were a lot of classes at the start of last PTR cycle that didn't get mentioned at all. We were one of the first specs that, like, actually got a lot of changes to us. A lot of, like, quality of life and stuff. And then eventually they stopped mentioning Windwalker at all because they'd basically been done with us, through with us. So I think there's always the potential that they're, like, initially looking at how these tier sets play out from people like me on the PTR messing around, feedback, stuff like that. And then they might start adjusting stuff. So until the PTR cycle's done, I wouldn't worry too much about them not mentioning us just yet. Because there were definitely certain specs last year that didn't get mentioned at all until the very end, or like near the end, and then they finally get mentioned and stuff. So it might just be like things aren't just ready yet. For instance, they put a lot more focus maybe on like DKs and what else did they change? DKs and that other spec. Oh my god, there's about 1 million people in Dornagal. There's only 6 dummies, 5 dummies here. You lied. I should know this. I literally spend my entire life here. Well, 5 dummies is better than 4. That 20 stack doesn't last nearly long enough. I feel most monks won't be able to keep that up past 10 for any settings. Yeah, I heard that feedback as well from other Windwalker players. And I kind of agree to an extent. But I think the issue with extending its time is that you might end up in situations where some people are able to extend it for stupid amount of times, and suddenly you're constantly playing with like almost a 20% buff on you. I don't know. I feel like it could easily get out of control. I don't disagree though. I think it would be a lot easier. I think maybe as well we're gonna end up with more haste in this, right? So like our haste right now is relatively low because we're very geared towards conduit. If we get a lot more haste than like 14% that I'm sat on right now, why am I 14%? Why am I 14%? I should be at 20. Oh, I had the wrong ring on. Classic. But even then, like, I'm at 20% haste. This is going to go higher. I guarantee our haste will go higher. I really wouldn't be surprised if we get more haste. In raid as well, if we end up playing Shadowpan in raid, good chance you get PI. Lust will super benefit us. That sort of thing. We'll have to see. But the more haste, the easier it will be to maintain this. Like, super, super easy. It does get a little bit tight, but that'll come down to it being difficult with the energy, but also me having not done it for that long. Is a learning curve. I want to be busted, Lego. Yeah, don't we all? I need to switch this again because we're actually on Shadowpan. Alright. Oh, we need to spec reset. For God's sake. The one downside about showcasing Shadowpan is that you literally have to spec reset every time, otherwise your wisdom buffs aren't accurate. Oh my god. Alright, let's give this another go. Goal to get to 180 and then go from there. Alright. Spinning crane kick, pretty good, straight off the bat. So we're actually going to build up a bit more energy here as a result of this. So we're at 180, and it sounds crazy, but now I'm going to send. This way I have a really good, I have a really good amount of energy to play with. So at no point do I feel like I'm like in a horrible spot of I can't send this out. Oh, we just about got it. That was actually crazy. We might not get it this time. I think I've been a bit low. I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but the lag here is absolutely insane. I don't know if you can tell, but like it is absolutely ludicrous what's happening right here on my screen. Getting the Storm, Earth, and Fire, though, as like one of your resets midway through is going to be so important. It's why I think I don't know if Drinking Horn cover will be the take. Potentially it might be, but the issue I think with Drinking Horn cover is that you won't be able to double stack. I think if you take Spiritual Focus, which I have right now, you're able to get 2 Storm, Earth, and Fires ready to go for each Zuin window. So you can see the timer is like already off, right? But every time I cast a Chi ability, it goes down. So it will eventually catch up, which is nice. Once again, I'm going to send out Crackling Jade Lightning here. And then we'll send that out. Feels bad, but life. Oh my god, it's actually chaos here. See why I was in Borealis now? Does it start to make sense? It was nice and peaceful in Borealis. This is just... I don't even know what this is. So we're 14 seconds away, 13 seconds away. I have a lot of energy to play with, so I'm actually going to expend one here. Because I need to wait for Strike of the Windlord anyway, and then we're going to build ourselves back up to 180. So it feels a little bit delayed here, but I think the setup's so important. Alright, and now we have good energy and stuff, so now we just go again. And we have lightning as well, so I'm going to send out the lightning on 20 stacks. Alright, we're 5 seconds on that. Can I do it? I have enough energy. Should be able to do it. Yep, got that off again. And now we can Storm, Earth, and Fire the next one. So we do that. That allows that. And then we send out that one. And so we're able to actually keep 20 uptime the entire time. We got another one off there. So now we've actually managed to keep 20 uptime for the entire thing. Both Storm, Earth, and Fires. And we got one with Crackling Jade Lightning as well. So prep. My point is that, like, even though I kind of, like, delayed it a bit for the prep is so important to allow yourself to do this, I think. And it'll get to a point where you'll be able to prep well enough that you'll be able to set it up for the 2 minutes straight away. Like, because I delayed it there, but that's just so I could guarantee I got the prep perfectly. And then, right there, you can see, like, the damage disparity, right? When I played that pretty well, to be honest. Decently enough, I guess, for both dummies. You can see Flurry Strikes, 20% of your damage. Where's all the damage come from? Shadow, obviously. Fist of Fury spinning crane kick, still doing pretty decent damage. Crackling Jade Lightning's a little bit lower, but you gotta take into account that because Flurry Strikes is doing so much damage, Crackling Jade Lightning looks like it's doing less damage in comparison. So Crackling Jade Lightning's still doing the exact same amount of damage, if not more, than it was doing in Season 2. So you're actually getting some of it during the 20 stacks. You'll basically get... Every cess except every burst window except your opener, you should be able to get 20 stack lightning with 20% agility buff. Oh my god, my game is having a... Oh my god, my screen is having a mare. It's like actual so hot right now. You can't see this because I'm streaming, but my monitor is like glitching out. It's having a bad time. Player housing better allow you to put 10 dummies down in your front garden so we don't need all to come to Mini City and fight for dummies like it's the last loaf of bread. I would really like that. My entire house would be I would have okay, if that was an option, I would literally port to my house, but spoiler alert, there'd be no house there because that's not what I care about. All I'd have is just dummies there so that I can do like recording content and stuff that isn't in Dornagal. Because there's nothing worse than like when I'm trying to like do like a guide video or something and I'm trying to get an empty target dummy. Because like I'm trying to showcase like what the Windwalker does, so the focus is that. But then you've got a shaman like sending out wolves and shit, and it's absolutely insane. I'm just like, please guys, I'm trying to showcase something. And all you can hear is this warrior shouting in the background. Oh no. I'll probably use Borealis, to be honest. Borealis is a lot more quieter when I actually do some guide stuff. Would love to see Conduit on 5 targets. Yeah, we can do Conduit 5 targets, and then after that, I think I'm going to call it. I was going to do some actual live service stuff, but I think I was able to, like, do a lot more on the PTR, and so I'm enjoying this. Enjoying it a lot more, too. Wiping dungeons. I love PTR. It's all fun. It's all fresh. It's all good. Yeah, we'll go Conduit on 5 targets, see what it's like. And then I need to turn my monitor off and let my PC sleep because it is having an aneurysm. I can't even understate how hot it is when I touch it. It's, like, not happy. Thank you, Dornagal. I appreciate you. Also, how are you allowed that name? That surely is not... You're not allowed that name. Okay, I'm ready to brick my computer. GPU about to explode. But I do it for you. I do it so that you can see Conduit on 5 targets. Alright, let's go. So I went for the other option here this time. My Slicing Winds is bugged. GG! I'm going to bed. No, I'll do it again, but it just did it again. I keep forgetting because I keep switching out my specs. Oh, you probably don't even know, like, what... You probably just like, this guy's fucking cooked. I hate this button. I genuinely hate it. I hate how it breaks. Like, the worst is, like, when I'm on a raid boss and I switch between Conduit and I switch between Shadowpan, or for whatever reason I switch talents, or I log in and I do a boss, and I don't remember that I haven't reset this button. And then I just brick my run because I press this and then, like, I fly across the room. Oh, it's so irritating. We'll wait 40 seconds. We'll wait the 40 seconds. We'll do our time. Thank you for the follows as well, Yikatiz and Guru the 5th. Sick? Guru the 6th. Yeah, sick. Sorry, I almost got that incorrect. I apologize. Guru the 5th was your father, I imagine. I haven't had it break. I haven't had it break before. What actually happens? It's not even like a break. I think it's a bartender thing. But what happens is, if I change spec or I log out and I use Slicing Winds, like usually when I Slicing Winds, I want it to like one tap, you know. So I hold and release is what I have it set up to, and I have it permanently set up to this. If we go to options and we go empower, I have hold and release, and this never changes. However, sometimes I'll just log in or I'll change specs and I'll change back in and it will switch itself to double tap. But not in the options. The options don't change that. Just on the bar it changes that. And so it'll basically, I'll hold and release it, but it'll just do this. And I'll be like, oh my god, it's over. Because at that point then, it's just like screws everything. I'll go flying on top of that. It's just carnage because I'm not expecting it. And the way I fix it is I just take it off and put it back on. That's all it needs. It makes no sense. I think it's literally a bartender thing. so it doesn't like my Empower ability. But it is just, it's so tedious. Okay, let's go back. It is weird. It is so weird. I'm just glad that I know how to fix it for myself. If I didn't, that would be one of those things that I'd be on Google searching for 10 years. And spoiler alert, I did that when this initially happened. But between us, there were no solutions because Slicing Winds had only been an ability for like 3 days. So it was pain. Is hold and release faster than actually double tapping it? I don't think there's a difference. I think hold and release probably does it instantly. I'd imagine hold and release probably does do it faster. I don't know. I don't even know. I'll be honest. It's something I've never tested. I just like hold and release because it means I can start getting ready to spam my next button and stuff like that. I could see hold and release being faster just because it's like programmed to like instantly go at the first tick, maybe. But potentially, maybe if you just do double click, you might be able to get it off faster. But I think it's so marginal that it's just player preference. Most annoying bug so far is the conduit bug, where it just decides to stop by itself after one tick. Yeah, no, that is an actual bug that actually fully impacts gameplay and stuff. This is just a tedious, annoying thing that annoys me sometimes, and it's just a me problem. That one screws over everybody. Is it too early to say that I haven't experienced a Conduit of the Celestial cancel yet on PTR servers? Conduit fixed? Conduit fixed? Huh? Conduit fixed? Theorycrafted? No. But it hasn't cancelled yet. Until it cancels, it's fixed in my mind on the PTR. I don't think I've had Spinning Crane Kick cancel either. Oh well, we'll see. Speculation. I wouldn't take it as gospel. Okay, let's do this properly. If you can spot my character, you have amazing eyesight. Alright, so now we're on the super sped up version. We are going to send here, and now we're going to get an insanely fast Fist of Fury. Brr. Oh god. It's too quick. It's generally too quick. And now we're on the cycle again, basically. So I definitely think like the opener can be refined somewhat. But like, what was that? We did like a 20 million damage roughly on 5 targets. Put it this way, right? How do I put it? I think the most damage I've ever done in AoE is 22 million in Cinderbrew Meadery, and that is on a few more than 5 targets. So, I mean, eye level's gonna make a bit of a difference, sure. But it's just so much more fast paced. Oh, and you get it off faster. I can't hear anything in my ears except for like people smacking these dummies. I apologize if that's also all you can hear. I guess if I have to suffer, you have to suffer. Unlucky. So, like, once again, as I was saying, like, even though we're 14 seconds off Suin, I'm still going to send Strike of the Windlord, because Slicing Winds is going to cool it down as well. So actually, you end up in a situation where you're no longer having to hold Strike of the Windlord for under 20 seconds, I don't think. To be perfectly honest. I think I sent out a little bit late there, but like on previous like tests and stuff, I genuinely think that... I don't even know. I don't even think I put a number on it. So the way the cycle works is it's always Strike of the Windlord and then Slicing Winds. Well, that's how I perceive it anyway, the ordering of it. Another heart window, let's go. I feel like I'm constantly at 20 stacks of Spinning Crane, or 2 stacks of Spinning Crane Crit. I'm always at 2 stacks of Blackout Kick. I just have too much resource. I was told that to be a resource drought. This is not a resource drought, I'll tell you that for free. And there's no way in hell you get a Fist of Fury in every single heart window. Which I think is fine as well. Like, you can almost force it, but the thing is there's just so many heart windows now. So I guess the question would then be, do you hold Fist of Fury? And I think you actually do hold Fist of Fury now. Because, like, if you're pretty much always guaranteed to have a heart window with, like, max amount of, like, space between a heart window being 4 seconds, then why would you not hold your Fist of Fury for the next heart window? Does that kind of make sense? Because, like, 3 or 4 seconds is about how long you'd hold it anyway. Well, now that's always going to be the case. So I feel like you never Fist of Fury unless you're in a heart window. which is a bit weird. We delayed coolies a little bit here, not great. Oh my god, it's so laggy. It's so freaking laggy. So, double stacking is quite important during the 1 minute 30 window. It's just how you double stack that still needs to be like properly worked out. And then you basically just go straight back into the, you know, rotating between the Strike the Windlord version and the Slicing Winds version. And you basically just play it like that. I'm pretty sure this is how you're going to play it. Like, just constant uptime on CDR. Like, at no point am I not pressing buttons. At no point have I ever thought to myself, guys, I have no resources. This doesn't feel very good. Pretty much all I'm thinking is, what the fuck do I press next? I've got too many options. Help. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, genuinely crazy. I think the one thing that you, like, will be important not to do, though, is ever delay the cast of, like, a Slicing Winds or a Strike the Windlord. I think that is going to be super crucial. So right then, I think I delayed a cast by, I want to say just 2 seconds, but I think 2 seconds is 2 seconds too many. The moment they're up, I think you have to send it again, just to keep the cycle going. Yeah. I mean, and damage is about what you'd expect. I mean, you're getting more from Gale Force now, because obviously you just have so much cooldown reduction, so you're getting so many more abilities out, so Gale Force is loving it. But Spinning Crane Kick top, Fist of Fury second, Slicing Winds third. This all looks the same. Like, all looks pretty similar to Season 2, right? So yeah, I think we're in a good spot. If you like fast gameplay, you're really going to enjoy Conduit. If you hate fast gameplay, yeah. Yeah. Maybe Shadowpan. So will Shadowpan or Conduit be the thing next year? No, I don't know, mate. Honestly, it's too early to tell. All I can really do at the moment is just, like, express thoughts on... Why is this guy so big, by the way? This guy's never this big, but... The only real thing I can say is, like, how I feel about both of them, and I think they're both really good tier sets. In, like, terms of gameplay changing, like, how they feel to play, they add something different. They're fun. Like, I said that a lot during PTR for Season 2, but, like, fun is just as important as being good damage, right? Like, you know, I mean, at least to me, if something's not fun, I'm not going to enjoy playing it. I'm not going to care. These are fun. These are interactive. They're engaging. Shadowpan's got a bit more oomph to it. It's actually something you have to think about a little bit now. Conduit is just like insane. Absolutely insane, but like in a good way. Yeah, I'm really happy with these. Really, really happy with these. I'm glad the direction they went with the hero talent ones. Because also, my biggest thing as well is that I think they'll be able to tune these independently. That's the worst part about having a tier set that goes across both hero talents. If you tune one, it may make it worse for one hero talent, better for another. If the one for Shadowpan sucks, and the one for Conduit's really good, well, they might be able to then tweak the Shadowpan one to make it better, you know? Like, that's a great example, without affecting the Conduit one. I think it's a really smart thing they've done, with doing hero talent specifically. I'm surprised, actually, they took them so long to do it like this, because it's clever. It's clever. It makes tuning a lot easier for them, as well, honestly. As a Conduit enjoyer and Shadowpan hater, this looks promising at least. I mean, I'm a Conduit and Shadowpan enjoyer, so I'm just loving both of it right now. I think they've both got a bit of uniqueness to them. Shadowpan's got a lot more burst. Well, Shadowpan's burst window is actually matter now, and Conduit never stops burst windowing. Kind of. I just got here, but these tier sets seem a lot better than what we've been getting for both. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I'm very happy with the direction they've taken them. First I was skeptical about how it would work with, like, constant, like, heart windows and stuff, but as I've been playing it throughout the afternoon, you get very adjusted to it. You get adjusted to how you need to keep the heart window up, balancing strike and slicing winds. Your 1 minute 30 still matter, and you still double up you still double up slicing winds buff with strike, or you double up with conduit. It just feels so much more fast paced, and eventually, like, at first it was very overwhelming. I was like, oh my god, there's so much to deal with, but eventually you just adjust to how fast everything is, if that makes sense. And then Shadowpan, I think it just adds something unique to it, where every 2 minutes is what I'm going off at the moment. You actually have to think about what you're doing to get the most out of it. But outside of that, it's just same old Shadowpan, which is good. Which is good. So they're two very different styles of playing, I think now. I mean, they kind of were before, right? But I think they've both got a nice uniqueness about them. I'm very happy. Very happy. 10 out of 10. Kind of. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Can never be 10 out of 10. Is it live on the PTR right now? Yeah, it is, Glidesy. This is PTR. It's been up since last night. Servers have only gone off once since I played, so pretty good. But this is all that's live. You can only just look at tier sets and trinkets and weapons. And nothing from the raid, I'm pretty sure. It's all dungeon stuff. Dungeons and raid testing are next week. So right now it's all tier sets. So I probably won't come back on the PTR until... Well, at least on stream, I won't come back on the PTR until at least next week when there's actually content. I just wanted to spend like a stream looking at the tier sets, getting an idea for them, giving you guys some insight into them as well. What to look forward to. And honestly, like if you can like set up the PTR for yourselves, honestly give it a whirl. They're really fun. And if you play on NA, even better, because then you don't have this horrendous lag that I'm dealing with. 170 ms, 30 FPS, 2 thumbs up from me, 10 out of 10. This is gaming. This is peak gaming. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for me today. I was going to do some live stuff, but I decided instead that I just continue on the PTR and just yap a little bit, give some of my thoughts. I'll try and condense some of this into like a video as well that you can jump back to with just some of my thoughts and stuff, as well as some gameplay of it. Other than that, yeah. Oh, I hate the Vivify change. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, that's why it's an 8 out of 10. This is fucking horrible, by the way. It sucks. Not fun. GG. Change it back. Blizzard, why? Why have you done this? Like, why? Like, it makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense, but it's horrible. Stop. They've ruined Vivify for me. Thoughts? Like, why do I have to Rising Sun kick this to then Vivify myself? No. No, just let me in my 10 seconds. What was wrong with 10 seconds? Oh, but you can Vivify yourself more now. That's not the point. I like... I like my 10 seconds. Oh... I don't want to have to think about Rising Sun kicking before Vivify. I mean, maybe eventually I'll like it, but just, like, out the bag, I'm not a fan. I'll get used to it, though. I always get used to it. Is it only in... Yeah, it's only instant after Rising Sun kick. Which in combat's good, right? But outside of combat, that's atrocious. Like, there have been lots of situations where, like, I'll, like, heal myself or, like, heal someone that's outside of combat or something like that. Or in situations where... Let's say there's a massive boss mechanic or something like that, and I've just vivified myself, and then I need to move out the thing, and I got to set myself in a perfect position, and I'm just like, oh shit, it's not instant. I can't make it instant. So I'm sure it won't feel so bad in practice, but it's just the thought of it makes me go, ew. Ew. Not my Vivify. No changes. It's just a random change. I think someone said earlier that it's most likely to do with Mistweavers and Brewmasters. Something to do with how they, like, doing it for them. And that makes sense because it's a talent that goes across all 3. I mean, it's a monk talent, isn't it? So it probably like benefits them a bit more because they're the like Brewmaster's the one that got the massive change, right? And Mistweaver always gets changed because it's a healer. So it probably maybe it plays better for them, and maybe it plays better for us. To be honest, I'm just being grumpy. Vivify, it's just Vivacious Vivification. Previously, every 10 seconds, you would get this for free, and it would cost 75% energy. But now it's only after you Rising Sun kick. So technically, you can get it a lot more often. Like, you can technically get Instant Vivify a lot more often. But there's also the downsides that you have to be in combat. Like, if you have nothing to Rising Sun kick, you can no longer Instant Vivify yourself, right? So, like, for instance, I'm outside of combat now. I can no longer instantly Vivify myself, even when the timer's gone off, because that's the old Loxthos. Now, until I Rise and Sun Kick again, I don't get my instant Vivify. And I used to press this button all the time. All the time. It was nice to have the free one in the bag. Yeah, it was nice to have the free one in the bag. I agree. I like the free one in the bag. Oh, well. I know you've been probably asked this a million times, so I apologize, but initial thoughts on the tier. Interactive, engaging, fun, enjoyable, fast-paced, interesting. Not passive dog shit. I mean, yeah, so in like a couple of words. Honestly, they're really engaging. They add a lot of, a bit more depth to how you play the 2 hero specs. Conduit, is a lot more fast-paced with constant Heart of the Jade Serpent windows that keep you super engaged, but also feel like you're constantly pressing buttons like you're playing an Outlaw Rogue, but it's really exciting and fun. It's like its own mini-game. And speaking of mini-games, there's kind of like a little bit of a mini-game with Shadowpan where the majority of the Shadowpan gameplay is about the same, except for your burst window with Storm, Earth, and Fire, where you have to kind of get 20 stacks of against all odds, and keep the uptime of that so that you get 20% additional agility on all your like damage and stuff. And it's just basically Shadowpan's got these huge burst windows now that do a lot more damage than they used to do, so they're a lot more important. I think both of the hero talents have got more complex, but that obviously comes with the nature of adding stuff to a, adding stuff to a tier set that actually impacts it and isn't passive, which I think is fine. Like they'll naturally be more complex, but generally I think Shadowpan is pretty much as. I'd say Shadowpan's more similar to what it was before than Conduit is similar to what it is like now, if that makes sense. Like, because Conduit is just constant cooldown reduction. You are playing so fast-paced, whereas Shadowpan, the only real changes feel to have come during your, like, 2-minute cooldowns, basically. But that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. It's just the differences. I'm excited. I think Shadowpan will absolutely crank an M+. I could see it. I could see Flurry Strikes getting out of control in a good way. I could see them genuinely, like, just popping off. But I could also see Conduit popping off. But I think Shadowpan might have, like, the highest ceiling of popping off, if that makes sense. Just because of how Flurry Strikes work, I think Shadowpan might be able to reach a higher peak than Conduit could, in terms of AoE. The DPS difference between the two, I can't really tell right now, to be honest. I think that's going to be easier in, like, dungeon testing and stuff. Because I'm still not playing them, like, perfectly, or, like, to a very good extent. I probably need the servers to have a few less players than this as well, because trying to test anything in this fucking mess is insanity to me. So once I'm a bit more confident in how they play out, I think I'll be able to get a bit better idea. But as well as that, like, talents and stuff, I don't think I'm fully convinced on the talents I'm using and stuff like that. So there's a lot of, like, different things. I think that Shadowpan maybe was better in AoE. Actually, that's not true. I feel like Conduit maybe did more damage for me in both single target and AoE. But saying that, I think I understood how to play the Conduit a lot more better. Like, I was playing it a lot better than I was playing the Shadowpan changed. Because I'm very confident in Conduit, right? Like, I play a lot of Conduit. Shadowpan, changing, like, having to set up this burst cycle was a little bit different. And I think the more targets, I feel like, when I came from 4 target dummies to 5 with Shadowpan, the damage went up. So the more targets, I think, obviously makes sense, right? Damage goes up more targets, but I think it's going to go up more clearly with Shadowpan, just because of how Flurry Strikes, how their uncapped damage works. Uncapped Windwalker? No, that's what Flurry Strikes do. That's what I mean when I say I think the ceiling of Shadowpan's damage will be higher. Because if you're fully invested in getting these Shadow Flurry Strikes off and they hit everything for uncapped damage, there is technically no ceiling, right? I'm not like a math person, but in my mind there shouldn't be like a real ceiling to it. Like, it should be able to just go forever until you're better than the Boomkins. Sit Boomy. How goes the testing of Theorycrafting? Good, Jesse. We've done like a good amount today. I will have the VODs both on YouTube and on Twitch. Yes, that other streaming service that I use. So if you ever want to like go back and look at stuff, basically there's like no real method to it. I was testing out Shadowpan to start, Conduit for a bit, then I went back to Shadowpan, bit back to Conduit. So it's all helter-skelter. I think the best way to tell is in the top right corner. I have like a little thing that shows like what spec I was using at the time, or hero talent even. Spoiler alert, I didn't use this till about halfway through the stream, so unlucky. If you're at the start, just roll with it. But yeah, if you want to look back at anything. But I'll also try like make a video for this tomorrow, just with some thoughts and some gameplay of my initial thoughts and stuff like that. Holy shit, there's so many videos I have to make right now. I love it. PTR, baby. So much content. GG. Yeah, that's going to be it for me today. Good Good time, good time. Next stream we'll be back on live. I'm not gonna go back on the PTR till the dungeons are out and stuff, and there's actual like new trinkets and stuff that I can test and play in dungeon environment where it's actually like interesting. Like taking a target dummy is good, but not for like every stream. Potentially, if I like discover a new talent build or something, I might like tune in to the PTR for like half an hour and just test it out on stream. But until next week, it will probably just be back to live stuff because yes, I've looked at the tier sets and I like them. Thumbs up. Can go to Valdrakken or Borealis to test? Yeah, you can do. I went to Borealis. Valdrakken, I thought would be good, but a lot of people thought about going to Valdrakken. A lot of people thought about that. Borealis is actually quite dead. So if you are on the PTR server and you want to go find somewhere that's a little bit less hectic, maybe you're playing on EU, so you care a bit more like me about input lag and stuff like that. It's gonna suck anyway, but Borealis is your best bet. There were nowhere near as many people at Borealis as there were here, and I imagine Zoldazar probably has one if you're a Dirty Horde player as well, but I'm Alliance, bro. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and hopefully, I might stream tomorrow. I might be doing videos. I don't know. I'll catch you when I catch you. I'll be on at some point over the weekend for sure. But yeah, have a lovely evening. And yeah, 2 thumbs up on the tier sets. Good, good. We're all happy. We're happy here. Positive vibes. Positive vibes only. All right. Catch you later. Bye-bye.